The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Don't wake me up. Mixed dream and a dream don't touch. I've been taken up. Being shown in a vision, curiosity got me stuck. Yeah, 7 hands, 10 horns on the waters, raising up, raising up. I see crowds, flaming floors. Is it a war at the door? I've been searching for it. I can't get it out of my head. I see the stars are falling down. There's tempers upon my bed. The chase goes on and on. I'm not giving it up.
Shalom, shalom. Come on in.
I'm not giving it up. I'm not giving it up. I'm not giving it up.
Shalom.
Giving it up. I'm not giving it up. I'm not giving it up. I'm at the point understanding dreams are the real time. Please nobody wake me up. I try moving on, but my body is stuck. My conscience is raised, an angel pick me up. Awaken from this matrix. Looking down on the globe, blood dripping from his robe. I know he can fix this. I see you burning Rome, and our people coming home. Can I please get a witness? Witness, I'm not coming down till I get this. These predictions can't be superstition. The decision being shown in the vision. I just searching for it. Yeah, I can't get it out of my head. I see the stars are falling down. There's tempers upon my bed. Yeah, the chase goes on and on. I'm not giving it up. 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 I'm not giving it up.
Come on, hit the like button. Come on.
These visions haunted me. It's not a dream. It's something in between our dreams and reality.
Called what?
Called prophecy. Oh Lord. Don't wake me up. I can't get it out of my head. Don't wake me up. The stars are falling down. There's tempers upon my bed. Don't wake me up. The chase goes on and on. I'm not giving it up. 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 No, I'm not giving it up. Giving up. I'm not giving it up. I'm not giving it up.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Rawchaa of the Gathering of Christ Church, here with your weekly broadcast. Come on, file in. Let your folks know that an important blog is happening tonight. In the midst of all this, we set up the phone calls because I really need to hear what you all have to say on this particular topic. That's right. Y'all see it. You see the topic. The devil's agents against God's people. Oh, yeah, we have a lot to unpack this evening. Just do us a favor. As you come in, please hit the like button. This way, we're under a shadow ban. This way, at least others who are subscribed, they should get the notification to join us in a few. But, of course, not without your help. So please hit the like button as you come on in, because I don't believe anyone out there want to miss this particular subject this evening. And I have Elder Lawya on the side here. He's waiting on Skype with me. And it's a great follow-up. It's a great follow-up from our last broadcast last Sabbath. Identifying the power of the 10 horns. The fact remains they've already dismantled America without telling the population that all power has already been transferred. So what does that mean for us? How did we get here? Well, that and more will be discussed in this particular blog tonight. The devil's agents against God's people. The devil's agents against God's people. I see you all there. How are you? I'm saying hi back. But let's jump right in. We're a little late, so I'm going to jump right into it. Elder Lawya, let's jump right into it. All right. You sent me a video a couple of days ago, and I'm going to highlight this video tonight with a lot of information to let brothers and sisters know exactly what's going on. How you doing, Elder Lawya?
I'm doing well. I can't complain at all. How about yourself?
Okay. Something happened. Okay. There you go. How you doing, Elder Lawya? I'm sorry about that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm doing well.
All right. We're jumping right in, Elder Lawya. Usually I do a long monologue, but of course I'm behind the time. It's almost 7 o'clock, so we're going to jump right in, okay? The devil's agents against God's people is the title this evening, right?
Yes, sir.
You sent me some information on the history of the Western world's propaganda, which we're going to put out there, to show our brothers and sisters that the majority of our people, without understanding, are under some level of mind control. Okay. And that mind control have moved our people, the majority of people, from the purpose God has for us. And I want to discuss that this evening. Like, either we're going to get all the way on board with God and follow what was always worked, or we're in rebellion, which leads to a judgment. And I noticed through propaganda, Elder Lawya, propaganda can almost excuse people for anything. If propaganda is used right, it can justify some of the most heinous evils in existence. They can convince you that up is down, left is right, and your opinion should be valued over what? Absolute truth. Now, for the enemy, that's okay. For the devil worshipers and the Satanists, that's okay. But when did our people become a part of this chaos? When did we become totally inclusive in pushing Satan's agendas? We're going to talk about that and more as we go into the devil agents against God's people. Keep in mind, folks, I need brothers and sisters to understand this. Keep in mind, at one point in history, Elder Lawya, we all had what we would call what the world would deem an absolute code of morality, right? Even if we were doing things that were wrong, we knew that there was no excuse for it. And these were conscious choices to walk on the dark side. But it seems we're living under blurred lines right now. So where are we going here? The devil's agents against God's chosen people. Now, in order for us to understand how far we've fallen as a nation, as a people, right? What first must get established is the order. Elder Lawya. And of course, we're going to have the brothers and sisters chime in. What is the proper order of things traditionally? If someone asks you, what is proper order? We're living under chaos. Going over 2nd Baruch the other day, Elder Lawya, it was discussed how that one of the signs of Christ's coming at the very end, one of the signs would be chaos or confusion of all those things mingled all together, where people out there, the majority of people, would not realize that we're at the consummation of times. We're living in the last days, right?
Right.
So if we were to reel things back, Elder Lawya, I'm just going to throw it out there for you. If we can put this, and we can't, the proverbial cat back in the bag and start from the beginning to save this world, where would you start?
It would have to start with restoring the proper traditional family structure. If you look at in fact, just making it short and sweet, the scriptures tell us that if anything is to succeed as far as a structure, God must be at the center of that structure. After the Most High, there's Christ, and under Christ, there's the man, and under the man, there's the woman. Under the woman, there's the children. So it has to go back to that traditional structure as described in 1 Corinthians 11 in order for us to at least have a chance.
Elder Lawya, I don't think the audience would believe that I haven't talked to you at all about this particular topic. I guess, yeah. I mean, who knows? I mean, we've been tied together so long, and a lot of things, through the Holy Spirit, with two or more gathered, He's in the midst. And a lot of these thoughts are along the same lines. And I have notes all over the place right here, right? And I wanted to pose that question to you first. Because what's going on is society is working backward. It seems as if we're in a politically correct society where everyone have their own truths. And therefore, there's all these individual stances that have divided humanity. All people, because everyone have their personal agendas, right? But at one point, traditionally, Elder Lawya, there was one unified thought. At one point in this earth, Elder Lawya, men cared, people cared, listen to me clearly, how they were viewed by God. At one point, there was a conscience of fear or a desire in the earth not to disappoint our Maker. And it seems like that has been dissolved, right? From any of our ideals, any of our objectives. Everything is a personal movement without God within its nucleus, without God as a part of the initiative, right? So, right. And and this is why I'm glad I asked you the question first, because we're going to work our way backward. If Satan was going to rule the earth and destroy humanity, he would do what? He would take away the knowledge of God, the understanding of His connection with us. right? There's only two masters. By default, if he can even have us question the existence of God, by default, an individual born in this earth becomes an agent of the devil. Knowingly, consciously, or unconsciously, or subconsciously. Now, that's why I named this the devil's agents against God's people, because most people believe that it's just government, the propaganda machine, and all these others. But really, none of these systems of propagandas could work if it wasn't for the malignant root in the desires within man. See, Satan plays on what? The pride of man. And he utilizes that. He allow you to idolize yourself to a degree. Make yourself an idol to be protected. Right? And when we begin to hold to that particular spirit, it's like an umbilical cord, a spiritual umbilical cord severing us from our spiritual source, right? That spiritual umbilical cord is cut, right? If he can only allow us to see ourselves above our maker. And I'm going to talk about that. This is how Satan get his agents. This is how he eventually are able to get people into high positions to do certain things. He first play on the pride of man, right? But I'm not going to go too far in that. Let's go back to the beginning, because Satan would have to do what? You'd have to disconnect us from God, the proper order, right? Let's read the order real quick, Elder Lawya, in Corinthians.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back to the original order when it was simple. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse number 3.
Come on.
But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ.
The head of every man is Christ. Now we're talking about that spiritual connection, right? That spiritual connection from the heavens all the way here down here. The spirit of dominance that was placed on man with a purpose. Adam was made with a purpose to serve the living God and have dominion over all under him. And all that's under his feet and all that would come through him, including the woman who was taken from his rib. That's right, folks. Let me make it clear. We're going to kill this goddess talk that the conscious community have deluded our people with. The woman is God and the goddess talk. When you do the history of the gods and goddesses, that was through rebellion against God. Mm. The whole thought of goddesses is anti-God. We have to stop sensationalizing. And by sensationalizing, we topple the order, and that disconnects us. Okay? Gods and goddesses were a product of rebellion. Women came from man. And it's a shame that we even have to emphasize that. That's how far we have fallen from God. That we have to take you all the way back to the beginning to bring you the proper order. Now, guess what? Women can't rebel against this order as much and succeed as much as man. Listen to me clearly. As much as man can rebel if he would like against Christ or the order. But guess what? Man will fail every time.
Right.
If man try to go against that order that we're reading, he'll fail. If woman goes against this order, she will fail. When man claims it's no God or try to question God, that man is in rebellion. When a woman sees the position of a man as equal to or she feels that she needs to be over without submitting to that man, she's in rebellion. When the children disobeys the mother and the father, the commandments, they're in rebellion. And folks, the world as a whole right now is in rebellion. And guess what, Elder Lawya? The majority of the people in this earth believe they're right. High intellects, PhDs, education, prestigious, respected amongst their peers. The majority of the people out here believe they're right, but yet we have lost the simple order of things. And by losing that order, all is lost. All is lost. It doesn't matter your accomplishments. It doesn't matter your money. It doesn't matter your education. The world has spiraled out of control. Simply because we couldn't hold the line from what the Most High made from the beginning. And I'm going to go here. We're going to talk about it. Because eventually, we're going to need an united front. No more blurred lines, no more gray areas. We're going to have to stand on what's right and to stand against what's wrong. And the only way to do so, Elder Lawya, is to bring things back in order and to highlight the rebellion. The rebellion. Satan have made a world filled with misfits on purpose so that they can so they can defend a stance in rebellion through activism, through victimism, all these isms they're using. Satan has incentivized and have fueled rebellion, knowing at the end of the day, the majority of the earth die for rebelling against God. Let's talk about it this evening. We got a broadcast. Hit the like button. I'm going to tell you folks, I had to examine everything, Elder Lawya. I thought about this particular broadcast. I thought about the feminist movement, right? And then after I thought about the feminist movement, because don't forget, the feminist movement was set up to expose women in society into a degree where there would be no protection left for a woman. It tricked a woman from behind her defense, the man. It wasn't empowerment at all. And then on top of that, I had to also examine as a man and look at what I thought was the positives of what you would call the manosphere. Kevin Samuels and others. They had great points because men are logical thinkers. But I had to examine that too. Because why? That made it where men would stand with men. And then feminists made it where woman would stand with woman.
Right.
And both of these ideas by itself is against God. if we're looking to save our families, if we're looking to make it into the next existence, Christ said a nation divided against itself cannot stand. Well, a nation cannot start without a man and woman coming together as family. And that's why I'm glad you brought that out, Lawya. Family first. God, then family. It's the only order that will stand. When Christ bring the judgment, when the dust clear, the only order that will stand, brothers and sisters, is the order that was established from the beginning. He's coming to destroy all ideas outside of the original order. He's not going to care your education. He's not going to care about your job. He won't care about our social standing and how we looked amongst through the visions of our peers.
Right.
When God bring the judgment, brothers and sisters, the only thing that will be standing, the only people will be standing is those that were in the proper order from the beginning. Period. So when I go into the devil's agents against God, some people can become agents without knowing. Hey, believe it or not, Satan was able to, for at one point, Elder Lawya, put Adam and Eve under agent status.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
Rebellion will always come with a convenient excuse of why we're rebelling. See, that works with people. Elder Lawya, you can always explain, well, this is what happened to me growing up. I made mistakes. I did that. People will accept any of our excuses. Why? Because they want you to accept theirs. Right?
Yes, sir.
That only works with people. Of course, this happened. The toxic masculinity. I was abused, and I grew up. My father wasn't home. That only works. Victimhood only works in a society established through disorder and through Satan, who from the beginning deemed himself a victim. And we're going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about it today. Because the devil is slick. The devil has a way in which Elder Lawya, he can cause serious conflict and just step out of the way and watch a masterpiece. The masterpiece is what? The fall of the order. Let's read it, Elder Lawya. The order.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians 11, verse number 3.
Come on.
But every woman, Salakia, verse 3, but I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God.
Period. That's right. Here's the order. It doesn't matter what relationships we chose. It doesn't matter what either side did. Here's the order. Christ came not to do his own will, but the will of him that sent him. He's under the Father.
Right.
Man's obligation is to Christ first. A woman's obligation is to help meet her what? Her husband's initiatives. Okay? The children are to obey the parents, the initiative of the father, and the nurturing that comes from the mother. Anything outside of that is rebellion. And if we stand in this order, Satan agents have no power. Because why, Elder Lawyer? We can now, at that point, take a moral front, a united front on what's moral and who and what is immoral. The reason why the intersectional and all the other people are now outright, even though there's judgment coming on them too, have an outright excuse to why they can rebel and sin against God is because of the example of family they're witnessing and can now point to it and say, well, that's not working either.
Mm-hmm.
So really the built-in excuse is the chaos that has been left called family. Right? But if we take a moral stance from the beginning, they can now not use that as an excuse. Right? We have to have a united front concerning what's moral and what's immoral according to what? God's law. That means if you don't believe in God, you're not in the conversation. But I'm going to go there in a minute. And by doing so, we can determine who's good from what and who's evil. Right? First, establishing the order. God, Christ, man, woman, children. This has nothing to do with, again, how much money someone makes, their social status, where they work.
Political views.
Their political, exactly, the political views. Doesn't matter. We must go back here. We must go back to the beginning and set this order first, because guess what? That order will be the last. It'll be the only order standing. Now, how do I know this? How do we know this? Well, Elder Lawyer, it's time. How did we get here? Now, I went over this before, but I'm going to really highlight this letter from Albert Pike, the 33 degree Mason. His letter to Manzini. Now, it so happened that Albert Pike was a 33 degree Mason. He was also a Jewish man. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but, for context, I thought I would just say, well, okay. Here's the history of a man who's almost deemed a prophet politically within the Western world. I'm going to go here. Let me show the image first, Elder Lawyer. Let me show the image. Let me show the image of Albert Pike. Who is this man? I'm going to go there. Hey. Oh, man. This guy wasn't an elected official. He wasn't elected. But yet there's a big bust, a statue of him right up the street from the White House. Right? So, Elder Lawyer, let me pull you in this also. Let me pull you in one moment. Yeah, here you are. Yeah. So let's talk about Albert Pike in our conquest to point out the devil's agents against God's people. Right? How did we get here? Now, don't forget, folks, in the early 1900s, our people, a matter of fact, the majority of the United States were married couples, right? Men at the helm of defense. And of course, for the colonizers, they had to have the man at the front of the frontier right? To build the empire. Women, Little House on the Prairie, they played their role in nurturing and making sure the man had the substance and everything he needed to win the war. Nurturing and teaching the children. And that was predominantly white people. But before the white people got here, the North American Indians, okay, who were from the tribe of Gad, had proper order. The chiefs had their positions, the warriors had their positions, and women understood that what? It was okay. It was okay to be what? A helpmeet or the nurturer for the tribe. To raise children within a community traditionally. They understood the value of that. Right? Our people. Don't forget. Now, right after this, what I'm about to read in this letter, folks, even though the majority of the United States and the Western world were married, it was almost deemed a shame back then not to be. Right? Let me put this on. The majority of the United States and the Western world were married. Right? But at this time, Elder Lawya, in the early 1900s, black people were married at an 80% clip. It was almost a unicorn to find a man and woman who weren't married. That was like finding a unicorn. What happened? Because no marriage, no order. Right? Elder Lawya, let me read this real quick. I'm going to put it on the screen. Here's a letter, Albert Pike, letter to Manzini. The Illuminati planned for 3 world wars, August 15th, 1871. The following is a letter that speculation claimed that Albert Pike wrote to Giuseppe Manzini in 1871 regarding a conspiracy involving 3 world wars that were planned in an attempt to take over the world. Now you see how they're trying to frame this as if it's conspiratorial. But the letter actually exists, folks, from that time period. The same way when you hear records like the Learned Elders of Zion and the records on that, when that comes up, people say, well, hold up. That's a conspiracy. We don't know whether or not it's been plagiarized or whether or not it was made up. Who cares if it was made up? We know this. Whoever put that together were right on prophetically concerning the future for society. So folks, never get caught up into their red herring when they start talking conspiracy. Because for someone to be this exact from 1871, there must have been some planning or merit to this particular letter. Okay? But let's go into this letter that was wrote to Manzini. Giuseppe Mazzini was an Italian revolutionary leader of the mid 1800s, as well as the director of the Illuminati. Okay, now the Illuminati or the Illuminates, the enlightened ones, in a nutshell, folks, are Satanists, okay, or Luciferians. Illuminati is just another fanciful name for Luciferians. Okay, which means these are they who worship the light of Lucifer within secret societies. Okay? Albert Pike, historical Masonic figure, was a 33-degree Freemason. He was an occultist. Now, this is deep. That means he dealt in high witchcraft. He was an occultist, a grandmaster, and a creator of the southern jurisdiction of the Masonic Scottish Rite Order. Now, that's not a conspiracy. That can be looked up. A matter of fact, I have the encyclopedia. I have one of the original encyclopedias on Freemasonry. And he's in it. And he's described exactly like this. As a matter of fact, I ordered that book. The book have to be at least 100 years old. Okay? It's called the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, and there was only 2 left years ago, and I ordered it off of eBay. Hey, I'm going to be going through this book. It's going to blow you away what's in it, folks. Very soon, you'll see me bring out some information on what's hidden from the public when it comes to that. I'm talking about one of the original encyclopedias, right? But let's go here. So that is true. There's no conspiracy concerning Albert Pike's position. Okay, he was an honorary 33rd degree Freemason, an occultist, Grand Master, which means he dealt with the craft on a high level. And he was from the southern jurisdiction of the Masonic Scottish Rite Order. Now, black people are not allowed to be a part of the Scottish Rite Order or the York Rite. These are all Edomite positions. Okay? Black people could only join lesser ranks that are under the Scottish and or York Rite. And like the Prince Hall Freemasons. That was set up because black people aren't allowed. Okay? Black people can be Prince Hall Freemasons, and their women become Eastern Stars. Okay? Eastern Stars are also occultish. Okay? Where they end up going into the craft and all of that, but that's a whole nother discussion. That's their business. We're on the right side of this, which is God's side, okay? Now, usually the Freemasons are allowed to operate within the realm they're given within the borders of the black community. They are not to flex outside of the black community without permission. Okay? Now, they can invest and do business and all that, but I'm talking about will and power. Okay? And guess what? They are given power, but it's within the parameters of the black community. Okay? Now, let's talk about it real quick. Now, and let me make this clear, and let me make this disclaimer right now. Okay? When someone goes into Freemasonry or a secret society, their initial efforts are pure. Okay? That's right. A lot of you don't know this. Sometimes the philanthropists, those who over radio stations, help people, raise money, these people go there because it gives them access to a network to do something in the community positively. It's not until they begin to go up into different degrees, they have a choice, but as they go up into degrees, they begin to understand the door they've walked through. And it isn't until the 33 degrees that they realize that Yabulon, which is Lucifer, is the God over all Freemasonry. Now here's the whole point that justifies people being in it, because what? Lucifer, Satan, another name for him, Mastema, okay, offered Adam and Eve good and evil. Okay? Good and evil. And that's where the blurred lines come in at. But when people go into masonry, you have Freemasonry. Some people stay at 1-2 degrees and just do good in the neighborhood and use the network. Like it's like going to church for them. Some lodge buddies they can play cards with. Okay? So it's wrong it's wrong to examine all Freemasons who went into that as some wicked, evil, sinister conspiracy against people. Why? This is why. Each particular person that goes in has look at it as a network to help people first and foremost. And some people don't even go into those high degrees. They just go there as a social network. They go to parties together. They're led in to certain clubs and all that together. But that's really the gist of it for a lot of them. They don't mean evil. Okay? But once you know, once you do the research and realize, well, okay, there's evil in here. There's good in here. But there's evil too. Now, should I get associated with that? And that's when it becomes, you have a choice to make. But all in all, folks, when you're living in a community where you're destitute and there's not many options, guess what? And I'm not justifying it, but I understand growing up in North Philly. I understand the few choices that people make. The few doors that are open to actually allow us to be something. And usually when it comes to singing, whatever the case is, usually it's somebody that's with one of those networks that can help the young people in the community. And I have to go there because I don't want people to think that I'm just shining some dark, evil aspersions on those who were in Freemasonry. Okay? I'm not going to shine no darkness on that because I understand the initial thing going in wasn't evil or wicked. Okay? Initially. But once you begin to come to the knowledge of the truth that there's some evil going on, there's a choice to make. And I'm saying that because I've known people who used to be a part of certain rites and all that and repented, were baptized and walked away. When they realized, what was at the top of the pyramid. Okay. When they realized what was at the top of the pyramid, they's like, well, okay. And don't forget, folks, that also, even in Freemasonry, it's all compartmentalized. It's all compartmentalized. All right. It's all compartmentalized, which means everyone don't know what everyone else is doing. Okay. So I wanted to put that out there also. Okay. I won't excuse it. I will never be a part of it, but I understand growing up in North Philly. I remember Pyramid Temple right there on Girard Avenue. I remember the Blue Horizon where the boxers used to go and all that. I'm going to tell you, these people, WDAS, FM and all that, all of them were in the community, helping the community and moving and helping our people towards civil rights and all that. And they weren't dealing with no dark magic. I know some people that was there and they were just good people on the block. Okay. So I wanted to put that out there. All right. I would never join anything like that, but it's deep that, looking at it, one day I was looking in the book of Jasher, and the guy who was a 33-degree Mason, a brother, he said, man, how do you know about the book of Jasher? I'm like, because the Bible's ask, isn't it written in the book of Jasher? I read the Bible. And he says, man, he says, don't you know that once you're at a certain degree in Freemasonry, the book of Jasher is one of the required readings? I'm like, hey, I'm glad I didn't have to do all that. I follow the Bible and follow Christ. That's all I need. I don't need to join a secret rite to get what belongs to our people. God promised us that we would one day receive all the records. Revelation tells us, the book of Revelation says the earth shall help the woman. What's in the earth? That's right. The book of Enoch, Jasher, all the records that the Levites, the sons of Zadok, left in earthen pots have now rounded off the true understanding to actually highlight the evils in all religious dogma and or doctrines. So we don't have to join anything. You know what we join? Christ. So I wanted to put that out there, Elder Lawya. All right? Because I don't want people to think that we're, you know what I mean? I'm putting it out there because now this guy right here was evil. Okay? This guy was wicked. This guy was evil. Okay? Based on what? Based on how the Bible measures morality. According to God, this man was wrong. Okay? Let's read it, Elder Lawya. Albert Pike, historical Masonic figure, was a 33-degree Mason, occultist, Grand Master, and creator of the Southern jurisdiction of the Masonic Scottish Rite Order. Following are apparently extracts from the letter, showing how 3 world wars have been planned for many generations. Now, folks, I have an original PDF of the original reprint of Morals and Dogma. I had that PDF, okay? Matter of fact, I had the book until we left in 2009, but I have that original PDF since about 2001. I went into Morals and Dogma reading this, and I'm like, this guy was from someplace else. Okay. It show you in Morals and Dogma, brothers and sisters, how the power brokers of the earth would use psychology to initiate the majority of the earth into occult thinking. Okay? That means they could move the lines of morality if they can have man and woman, family, question the existence of God. Morality is subjective, according to them, in their Morals and Dogma. Anything can be justified by the devil if there's a reason. See? So when I read Morals and Dogma, I understood the threat psychology and psychologists and psychiatry could have on society if it wasn't tempered. Because in Morals and Dogma, you had these atheists, these evildoers who were saying, well, listen, morality is subjective. You pull God out of existence, and man will create his own moral lines. And I'm like, whoa, they was thinking about this in the late 1800s. I'm like, man, these guys are insane. They have studied people, Sigmund Freud, the father of propaganda. They have studied the minds of people, and eventually a man or a woman without God will justify anything if allowed. But I digress. Right? Let's go into what the plans were by this 33-degree Freemason. Right? The First World War must be brought about. The First World War must be brought about in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the power of the czars in Russia. Now, Russia is always in every mix, in every war, leading to a what? A society, what I would call it, a world change. From one war to the next, Russia is prominent. When Russia's in the war, know that they've accomplished everything they set out to do prior. And now they're moving the initiative to the next stage. Russia, Ukraine, I got something on that too. The first war must be brought about in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the power of the czars in Russia and of making that country a fortress of atheistic communism. Okay? So Satan needed what? A whole society to groom atheists, nihilists, unbelievers. They use Russia for this. So communism was created by the same people who have established all constructs. That's right. The democracy, the republic we're living under, capitalism, socialism, communism, they were all created by the same people with the same ideas in mind. The power of the czars in Russia of making the countries a fortress of atheist communism, the divergence caused by the agents, agentor, turning people into agents, of the Illuminati between the British and Germanic empires will be used to foment this war. At the end of the war, communism will be built and used in order to destroy the other governments and in order to weaken the religions. Now, really, folks, the aim was at us at the end of this because they understood that we were the children of God. And in order to destroy religion out of the earth, they would have to do away with us, or at least have us do what? That's right. Think like them when it comes to moral lines. They would have to have us buy in to their atheistic, satanic thinking. Okay? The second war must be fomented, by taking advantage of the difference between the fascists and the political Zionists. Right? This war must be brought about so the Nazism is destroyed. Nazism is destroyed, and that the political Zionism is strong enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel. Now, folks, this letter was drafted before there was any such man as Hitler. Okay? So I don't know, who knows who drafted it, but whoever did it knew politically, prophetically almost, what would happen in the earth. Okay? During the Second World War, international communism must become strong enough in order to balance Christendom, which would be then restrained and held in check until the time when we would need it for the final social cataclysm. The Third World War, the war we are about to enter. The Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agents of the Illuminati between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the state of Israel, mutually destroy each other. The Bushes going over to the Middle East, weapons of mass destruction. So we're in the midst of that war now. Meanwhile, the other nations once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, and spiritual and economical exhaustion. There'll be so much confusion going on in the world that the citizens of the earth would become exhausted, tired already. Tired. Are we not here, folks? Every time you look, there's another shooting, another bombing, another this, another that, almost as if this is a psychological play to psychologically beat mankind into what? Submission. Right? And then once the people are exhausted, this was the late 1800s, this was wrote, brothers and sisters. Once the people are exhausted, we shall unleash the nihilist. A nihilist is one who believes nothing at all. And the atheist, the unbelievers, the haters of God. And this is why Biden and others are funding certain organizations like the Letter People. Outright. They're funding, that's right, folks, they're funding the immoral against the righteous to drop the last foot on society. It's being funded. Nihilists and atheists. And we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm. See, so when you see these Elder Lawya, like the documentary you and I reviewed, What is a Woman? All of that is calculated, right, folks. That's a social cataclysm. That means we're sitting there arguing stupidity. We're sitting there arguing straight stupidity. Hold up. We all know what a family is. We all know a man's position. We all understand, according to God, the position and strength of a man, and the proper order for women and children. The fact that we have to debate this tells. Let me tell you, folks. The fact that we have to debate this let us know that Albert Pike and what he planned has been accomplished. A social cataclysm where people are going to be arguing over what sex people are, what bathrooms they should be able to go into, whether or not a man dressed up can be determined of another gender, whether or not he or she can be around children. Folks, this was all planned. It was all planned. Which in all its honor, we show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery. So on the news, the only thing you'll be hearing about is crime, riots, shootings. Let me tell you, CNN, if they want it, they can do puff pieces every day. They could be right now, folks, reporting every day on bunny rabbits if they wanted to. Bunny rabbits and balloons being held at the zoo, being given out for $3 each. Whatever they want to report, it's what's reported. But it seems as if, folks, we're under a psychological beatdown where there's no rest. Either there's a sickness, either something is going on with the children. Can they go to school? Can we travel? War over Ukraine. Gas prices too high. Everybody's shooting people. Somebody's shooting it. A white guy shooting a black guy. A black guy standing up saying no justice, no peace. Gay people standing with black people. Folks, all of this is orchestrated. Organized chaos, morals and dogma. And it says, but what is the end game, one might ask? And of the most bloody turmoil. Then, okay, here comes the solution. The Hegelian dialectic. Then everyone, the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries, will exterminate those destroyers of civilization. That's right. We'll see people tearing down statues, marching on the Capitol. Right? Nothing sacred, no order established, which is really symbolic. They're telling everyone that they've dismantled order and justice within what? That's right, the leading country of the third world. Let me tell you, folks, there's not too many people 10 people can't get together and storm on someone's stoop without the threat of their lives, without the threat of their life being taken. But you're going to have some convenient cameras in Washington that's showing people storming the Capitol. This is moral and dogma, folks. They're letting you know that what? Order and chaos is allowed, that the world is now under a purge. And it says agents in morals and dogma. These are agents. And colleges are grooming the activism, the agents. This is where all of this is being fomented through your colleges, your schools. They're radicalizing children and turning children into nut jobs in these colleges, making them into misfits. Purposely. Why? Whose deistic spirits from the moment be without compass or direction. They want it so that no one can understand up from down, left from right, man from woman. The importance of having order, folks, and coming back to God and standing with it without excuse. Because if you don't, if you rebel, you're really his agent. Here's your daddy right here. That's your daddy. If you rebel against God, you become his agent. That's your daddy. Either you can get with order or disorder, but you cannot have both. These two cannot occupy the same space. Either we want order or disorder. That's your daddy right there. If you're going to rebel against the normal order of things, that's your daddy. Okay? But what is the end game? Once you've confused the world, well, whose deistic spirits will from the moment be without compass or direction. The whole world don't know which way is up, anxious for an ideal. We need an answer, but without knowing where to render its adoration. Will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out in the public view. The manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement, which will follow the destruction of Christianity. You can't read the Bible. If you speak anything about the Bible, you're censored, or it's hate speech. We're here already, folks. There's a reason why Christians don't stand up for the morality of the Bible. Why? Because truth isn't politically correct, and they are in fear of getting canceled. That's right, Christians. This is your daddy. All right? Right here. And his daddy is Lucifer. That means he's your daddy and Lucifer is your granddaddy. Okay? The doctrine of who? Lucifer, brought finally out in the public view. This manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement, which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism. They're getting rid of atheists too, because Satan wants you to believe in him, buddy. And it's deep, Elder Lawya, because Jordan Peterson was a known atheist for a long time, right? The brother, he's like a philosopher, modern day philosopher, Jordan Peterson.
Right.
And now after his battle with feminism and what's going on in the earth and getting deep into his family, he realized that was foolish thinking. He realized it brought him back to his original purity and understanding the value, not only just believing, but knowing God. Because without God, there's chaos. There's no moral line. So even the belief in God, even if you don't know him absolutely, keeps us somewhat in check. So Jordan Peterson had to examine it from a philosophical standpoint. What is the benefit of not believing in God? There is none.
Right.
There is no benefit. Because at that point, you are without a moral compass. If there's no God, then there's no right or wrong.
Exactly.
So this was the plan. Guess what? These guys have no need for atheists either. Why? Because Lucifer desires to be worshiped. And if there's no God, there's no Lucifer, and he's not having that. So you have to choose a side. All this in between, all these people talking about I'm spiritual. No, you are a child of the devil. Okay?
Right.
And the reason why you don't want to own a position is because you want to do as thou wilt without judgment. That's why you don't take a side. Because you know that if you took a side as a Christian or someone who believes in the Bible, then what? Your morality can now, what? Be in question. But if you're spiritual, then no one can know exactly where your moral stances are, thereby escaping, on the surface, the judgment of man. But no one escapes the judgment of God.
Mm-hmm.
So you can tell people you're spiritual all you want. We know what you're doing. You're skirting around. You were raised in a church. You knew God at one point. At least you believed in him. You feared God at one point. But you know that God isn't happy with you. But instead of repenting and changing your ways, you would rather just claim to be spiritual. And guess what? You're going to believe in God one way or the other. You can find him now or find him when he pull your behind in front of him. Either way, you'll know him. There's not one spirit in existence, one spirit who lived and died, who didn't see God. But the benefit is the opportunity to see him and walk with him before he brings you before him. Either way, you're going to believe in it. So they're going to do away with, and guess what? It seems as if they have accomplished this, Elder Lawya. so that everyone
Absolutely.
everywhere can accept Lucifer as their God. Now, one other thing I wanted to show, Elder Lawya, before I go here. Right? In order for them to achieve this, Elder Lawya, they had to come with the ministry of propaganda. Well, what is that? One might ask. What is the ministry of propaganda? Right? Propaganda is really, psychological warfare. Okay, I'm going to say it a little lighter. They're just programs. You notice they tell you the television programs, but what they don't tell you is who are they programming and why. So, of course, those same Freemasons, MTV, Mason TV, eventually they would need programs to push forth Satan's initiative, right? MTV, right? Oh yeah. Y'all didn't know this? Oh, y'all didn't know this, huh? Y'all didn't know this. Let me show you. MTV, Elder Lawya, for people who don't know this. Let's get it. MTV, the original building was a Masonic temple in Canada. You see that Masonic temple there? That's the original MTV. Oh, y'all don't hear me. We're going to take you to school tonight. We're going to take you to school tonight, okay? We're going to take y'all to school a little bit. We're going to wake you up. Show you something that T.D. Jakes refused to say it because he's probably running around. He's probably running around with one of these tunics also. All right? One of these tunics you might see Albert Pike in. Creator flow of dollars ain't going to tell you either. All right? But let's talk about it. Let's talk about it real quick. Let me get it here. Let me get each one. Let me get to where I was. The ministry of propaganda. Let's get it. One second. The ministry of propaganda. Okay, I lost my place. Let me get it real quick. Ministry of propaganda. Let's get it again. If we may, right here. Let me blow it up. Ministry of propaganda. A ministry of propaganda, also agency of Department of Propaganda, is the part of a government charged with generating and distributing propaganda. Okay? Though governments routinely engage in propaganda, ministries or departments with the word propaganda in their name have become progressively more rare since the end of World War II. After the terms took on its present negative connotation, instead of using the word propaganda anymore, instead of using propaganda, governments today often use items like public relations, psychological operations, and what? Education. Oh, you thought it was talking about schools, huh? Getting jobs, huh? Getting a degree, huh? No. They set these systems to make what? Provocateur agents for Lucifer. Public relations, that's your press. A lot of those, your press. Psychological operations, psyops. Psyops can be had at any time. You may see pictures, you may see events, and they'll put this big story behind it with all this hype. And everyone is like, oh my God, the person got shot. Oh my goodness, to kill the children. Ah. Education, advertising, and information. Now, Nazi Germany had employed Joseph Goebbels. Okay, let's get it. As head of the Ministry of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda. So after World War II, there was an operation within the United States called Project Paperclip, where a lot of what they claimed Germany did would now be used on steroids within the Western world. And I wonder who they would aim these systems towards. You have the Chinese Central Propaganda Department officially changed its name to the Central Public Department. Propaganda that would bring forth this. Now the problem that there go your granddaddy. If you don't want order, there go your granddaddy right there. Now, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
Now, the problem our people have with this, what I was discussing with the propaganda, is that something happens with our people who have the need to be accepted amongst the so-called elite. Either the elite or those who can give them a job or pat them on the head to give them some level of validation above their own people. That's the power of propaganda, right? They can convince people to do anything through these psychological warfares, right? So again, when I see these events every week, a shooting or somebody in front of a house and they're getting out of army trucks and getting in front of a house, folks, I'm keeping my eye on the prophecies. I'm keeping my eye on the Bible. You're being moved into their control. You're being moved into it. I wouldn't be surprised that every other week now there's going to be a shooting claiming that a black guy got shot conveniently by a cop or law enforcement. I listen, if it happens or it don't, I'm not getting wrapped up in it no more. Understand, read Morals and Dogma and understand how they need the spirit of people to believe in their psychological psyops. They need people to believe it. It's like taking energy to build the satanic monster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So if you don't engage or be a part of it, guess what? Satan have no juice. They have no energy. Okay? I don't get involved in anything they're talking about. I'm dealing with God. But I want to go here, Elder Lawya, real quick. Mm-hmm. 1 second here. It's a few things that I'm going to let you in. Hold on. You got the Ministry of Propaganda. This is why they can push things in your school, and now they can teach stuff like gender neutrality. and make it where, you can go to college and get some bogus psychology degree with no job waiting on you on the other side of your college. But at least amongst your people, you're educated and went to college. It's all bogus, folks. This is how Satan initiate people into his agency, right? Now, one other thing I wanted to show you all, and Elder Lawya, I'm going to do this last, the video you sent. I'm going to show you how they were able to use media and programs to eventually target and destroy our people. The power of propaganda. Margaret Sanger. Now, mind you, Hillary Clinton at a speech honored this woman. This is the life of human dignity. Okay, this is a reputable webpage. There's no conspiracy theorists, no nothing. Margaret Sanger, racist eugenicist extraordinaire. Eugenicist, folks, is really a clean word of ethnic cleansing. Okay, ethnic cleansing. Recent articles have reported on an unearthed video from 1947 of Margaret Sanger demanding no more babies for 10 years in developing countries. No father, let me tell you, no God, no man, woman, or child family structure, no opposition against Satan's plans to kill all of us. Let me tell you, folks, when we legalize getting rid of children, no one else is safe. Period. No one else is safe. Elder Lawya, there was a big argument, the other day. I'm hearing people argue this Roe v. and all this other crap. And I'm saying this. And I said, this is what I said the other day. Right? I came straight out and said, look, if Roe v. Wade was a law during the ancient Egyptian time, during the ancient Egyptians times, there would be no Moses.
Right.
If Roe v. Wade, if Herod had the gift of the modern day technology to have people decide like Mary, to have her choice, there would be no Christ. And this is the whole thing. I'm like, I'm not sitting there going to argue this back and forth with any of you people up in here with this nonsense. You are a part of the program. That's what I told them. You've been programmed. Because if it wasn't for them talking about this 2 weeks ago, this conversation would be non-existent. That's number one. Number two, everyone in this room is here because our mother feared God and loved us enough to do what? To bear the pain to deliver us.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, and I'm hearing y'all arguing over a right. That if that right would have been exercised with your mother, you wouldn't be here.
Exactly.
How insane is this conversation? And they was coming with all these other things. And I said, well, listen, what about God? Well, what about God? I'm like, listen, based on what you all are saying, there's a greater chance that the children that were aborted that y'all talking about would have been better people than you. You ever thought about that? They would probably value life. They would probably value children. And I'm like, and I said, listen, all y'all talking about someone have the right to get rid of and all that. I'm like, if you believe it's okay to just check out and that it's okay to, I'm like, listen, if you believe people shouldn't be here, that's on you. It's not too late for you to finish what you feel your parents, didn't do right. That's on you. But understand, at the end of the day, whatever choice you make, God is waiting on the other side. And guess what? When you get there, he's waiting with the children that were sent and rejected by you. I'm not having these stupid conversations about no Roe v. versus Wade. We're living in a system, you don't even understand morals and dogma and the plan that they would have where our people would agree for ourselves the eugenics plan to destroy us. I can understand Margaret Sanger, her demonic, wicked witch behind thinking that. But when did we begin to carry this water? Right? So, let's go into it now. The propaganda. Hold on. There's a few I got to get here. Oh, don't tell me hold on, let me get it. Here it is. Here it is. Sorry about that. Recent articles have reported of an unearthed video from 1947 of Margaret Sanger demanding no more babies for 10 years in developing countries. Who the Hades does she think she is? A couple of years ago, and usually it's, when you look at Margaret Sanger, I'm going to tell you, it's usually, and guess what? All due respect, wasn't no one checking for her either. They usually find the misfits, people that are jealous of women who get opportunity after opportunity. These women are jealous of good-looking women or women who they feel have a privilege because she wasn't born with the looks of the women she envied. It's these people they find in college and all that to become rebels against society. Wasn't no man anywhere checking for Margaret Sanger. Sanger shaped the eugenics movement in America and beyond in the 1930s and 1940s. Her views and those of her peers, the movement contributed to compulsory sterilization laws in 30 U.S. states that resulted in more than 60,000 sterilizations. Vulnerable people. Oh, ain't that nice? I wonder who these vulnerable people were. See how they cleaning it up? Vulnerable people. But that's not what she said. She didn't say vulnerable people. She said in her statement, she need to root out these black weeds. That's the statement she made. See how they clean it up on these sites? Including people she considered feeble-minded, idiots, and morons. They've conveniently left out black people as who she was targeting. She even presented at a Ku Klux Klan rally. Now that's deep. People that say they anti-Trump and all that. No, Trump is part of the Klan. But yet it's our sisters who would stand for these satanic laws that are being passed against us. They would stand for Margaret Sanger's move for what they call a woman's choice. Not realizing that choice came out of a rally of the Ku Klux Klan in 1926. On and on and on. Birth control, what they call reproductive medicine, reproduction choices. You see these words they use? Okay, that's the devil's daughter, Margaret Sanger, part of the propaganda that would have us believe the toxic masculinity and all this other stuff. Toxic and there's no equality between the man and woman, and we should need our choice so we can compete on a level of a man. Nah. You're all a part of the program. You are committing social suicide by not following the original order. Next. Oh, yeah. This is when the propaganda went full-fledged. Oh, yeah. After his second term, Newsweek had the unmitigated gall to put Barack Obama on its cover as the first gay president. Now that's an actual, believe it or not, that's an actual front page. That's the actual front page of Newsweek. On stands everywhere. Now that's their business if they wanted to do this. Right? I'm going to show you how propaganda works, though. It'll have you accept what would normally be what? Unacceptable to God. If only they can use a front man. Agents. Right? Elder Lawya, I got
Yes,
propaganda after propaganda. I got a few more things to show. But before I do that, I would like to just play a little piece of this thing you sent me.
Yes, sir.
CIA Arts and the Soviets. Fair use. Fair
with
use.
poetry.
Fair use. What are we looking at here? Again? Let me get it again for you all. Fair use. CIA, Art, and the Soviets. Thank you for sending me this the other day, Elder Lawya. I really appreciate that. I was blown away when I seen it. I'll make sure it's in the description for those who watch the video to show you how propaganda works and how they'll use art and everything else to sell the world's demise through their programming.
The 1940s, 50s.
Oh, let me get it.
Drones, or maybe even soldiers. There's strategy, there's bloodshed.
There's strategy. There's bloodshed.
and 60s, why are they linked to the CIA?
How do you fight a
Let's
Why
get
are
it.
some of the biggest names in the culture of the West during the 1940s, 50s and 60s, why are they linked to the CIA?
Linked to what?
How do you fight a war? You may fight it with guns, bullets, tanks, missiles, drones, or maybe even soldiers. There's strategy, there's bloodshed. Homes are demolished, entire populations might vanish. But how do you win a war?
How do you win a war?
With poetry.
You win a war with poetry.
In his book, The Master and Margarita, Russian writer Mikhail Bulgakov infamously wrote, "Manuscripts do not burn." The line was a reference to Soviet censorship of books, about how ideas ultimately cannot be destroyed even if the books that hold them are. It's a powerful statement about the immortality of ideas.
The immortality of ideas. If we can program ideas into people, we'll be able to shape the society with the intended outcome we want. And the whole time we'll make people believe it's their ideas. Isn't that something?
It's a powerful statement about the immortality of ideas. But while Bulgakov was right, ideas still can be replaced or made obsolete. And that's actually the outlook the United States unwittingly adopted during the Cold War to fight the Soviets.
President Truman officially announces the end of German resistance.
When Nazi
There you go. Media pushed every war, including the one Albert Pike, Elder Lawya, conveniently said would happen. That would lead to what? The state of Israel.
Right.
Germany fell in 1945, the US and the Soviet Union rose as the two major world powers. And naturally, they rose in direct opposition to one another. The Cold War was, at its root, partly about competing ideas on how to govern, how to build economies. The Americans knew that weapons and proxy wars wouldn't be enough to fight the war.
The greatest war is when you don't have to pick up one gun or shoot one bullet. I mean, look at the war for the last 2 years. What war? What war, you might ask? Don't go outside. The boogeyman is outside. Oh, wait, put on your mask.
They had to fight the ideas that were foundational to Soviet ideology. And so came the art and the music.
So they would use art and music. Art and music. Interesting. Interesting. They would use art and music to push forth their what? Progressive satanic agenda.
If you're a homeowner in New Jersey.
Oh no, we're not going to have that. We're not going to have any commercials, buddy. Yeah. Fair use.
The CIA, for 20 years until their program was discovered, were secretly promoting certain artists and intellectuals and musicians and historians and philosophers.
Who was promoting artists and philosophers? Who? Who was behind the music business?
The CIA, for 20 years until their program was discovered, were secretly promoting certain artists and intellectuals and musicians and historians and philosophers and writers in a covert way as a kind of collective cultural NATO.
Isn't that something, Elder Lawya? See, I used to wonder who's really promoting Nas X. There's no market for Nas X. You would never see Nas X sell out a concert with them headlining. That's why they won't do it. But yet he's conveniently put out there and promoted online through YouTube. And on top of that, Nas X also, he'll have a spot on the Grammys and all these other positions. He's not that talented either. But I'm like, who's promoting this guy? And because there's really no money getting produced with him. He's a part of a propagandized machine. Why do you think you'll never see a Nas X concert? Because you know what? There'll be crickets there. Okay? Children ain't gonna be there. No one's gonna have our parents. We don't have our children there. No one is gonna follow him. But now we're starting to understand the propaganda. How these clandestine agencies are really behind the music business. And they were doing this since Dizzy Gillespie.
Soviets early in the Cold War years, as well as communists in other countries, mocked the United States as a cultural wasteland. They would point to Soviet art, cinema, literature, and dance as evidence of the cultural depth of the communist state.
So how do you break a society? You come in with art which is contrary to the country's fundamental foundation. And then people can claim, well, it's just art. But you're teaching ideas to break the fabric of family, of culture that was there before you sent in the artist.
Right.
Okay. Think about it, folks. They don't have to pick up guns. They don't have to do nothing to come against you. Because what? Your child probably have one of these in their hands. And by the time they're online, Instagram and everything else, the war have already been won. They have stolen your children. They have taken your children and have programmed and indoctrinated them as agent provocateurs without them knowing. Everybody wonder whatever happened to the women, Elder Lawya, over Black Lives Matter. They conveniently got a payoff. They got their houses. They was the front people, and then it went away. Folks, hey, don't you know that these women were talking about nihilist ideas? That they were talking about getting rid of the nuclear family. Black women talking about getting rid of family. Black family. Tying that to justice for black men. Look how crazy and confusing that was. Women who hate men marching for a black man that was killed. It's all, folks, propaganda.
They asked, did the bastion of capitalism and individual freedom have to offer?
Fair
In
use.
1947, the Central Intelligence Agency was established. One of its tasks was, in fact, to use culture and art as a means of spreading American influence, or at the very least, thwart the influence of enemies and those who were part of the Western intellectual and cultural elite who were...
Now, this is the same propaganda that had women believe that that they were second-class citizens. Elder Lawya. Through programming, they made women believe that there was a wealth gap between men and women. A wealth gap. When how many women seek to be nuclear physicists? Or work in a nuclear plant? Or work in a sewage where there's a low life expectancy and low and high mortality? How many of them would like to work laying lines on the bottom of a sea?
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, these lines that goes from country to country are laid on the bottom of the sea with pressure suits on. But they'll have a woman look at men and talking about there's a wealth gap. Of course there's a wealth gap. If you build the country, you're going to make more than everyone else. It's like, okay, let me build my company and move out of the way and put you in position just because you're a woman. How stupid is that?
Right.
But through propaganda, they had women believe that the natural use of things, nurturing, backing a man, bringing up the family, was a weaker position. When that's strength in of itself. Men cannot nurture like a woman. Men aren't as patient with children like women are. That's a strength because they're responsible for bringing forth and doing what? Building the next generation of righteous soldiers and virtuous women. And they allow propaganda. They allow propaganda to make them believe that being a woman in existence is to rival a man. Backwards. A man. And this is why week after next, Elder Lawya, we going into it. That's right. The modern day man, woman, and the serpent. Week after next. This week we're going into Christian lies. We're going to have 2 hours of straight lies that Christian Jesuits of the Western world have taught the earth. And guess what? If we went for 3 hours, we can do 3 hours of straight. We're going to open it up and say, here are all the lies Christians have told. Here's all the lies these are all the lies Christians have taught. False doctrine while using the Bible. 2 hours of straight. This is where Christians are lying according to the Bible. Now, Christ is right. The Christians that Christ set up were correct. The New Testament is good. The Bible is good. But the Roman deceivers who came in are and were liars. And we're going to go straight in and show you the rapture is a lie. How Christ was conceived, how they teaching it, what virgin is a lie. We're going all the way in. There will be no rapture. Dispensationalism is more so a philosophy. We're going all the way in. Christian lies this coming Sunday. And then the week after next, we're going into the modern day. Man, woman, Adam, the modern day Adam, Eve, and the serpent. Week after next for the first time. Now, Elder Lawya, for the first time we taught Babylonian mysticism within modern day Judaism last Sunday. And
Right.
All right. So if you're not in that academy, historytimes.org, you are missing it. But let's go. Let's round it out.
Critical of American foreign policy, who wanted peace and a nuclear weapon-free world. But the CIA couldn't be seen as forcing it.
Americans wanted to stand for freedom. That was very much the cause, the slogan of the U.S. Cold War effort.
So they use artistry, folks, to push Western world ideology, to have all these other traditional countries who were better off, family and all that, to have other countries desire the freedom of America. Folks, the Bible tell you when people get over much liberty, what happens to them. Okay? Look at the country. So in order for them to do this, outright implode the world, they had to use America and our artists to go up to other countries to push American ideals. Here's the plan of Albert Pike, folks. In the making, using the music business.
Effort. The US government didn't want to be seen to be controlling American artists and intellectuals.
3 years later, in 1950, the CIA launched the Congress for Cultural Freedom in West.
Did y'all know that they had the Congress of Cultural Freedom? I know when y'all think of that, y'all think of James Bond and all that, right? No, they're behind your textbooks, folks. Your performing art classes and all these things.
West Berlin as a near direct response to a series of Soviet organized workshops and meetings around the world for communists and those who were seen to be sympathizers.
The enemy wasn't actually really Moscow. The real enemy for the States, I think, were the people who were not yet convinced that this was the American century, that the Pax Americana was the best way to go forward.
The purpose of the Congress for Cultural Freedom was to tap into and exploit any seeds of anti-communist, anti-Stalinist thoughts that may have been swimming around American and Western European intelligentsia. The very first meeting attracted several notable writers and intellectuals like
Oh yeah, let me show you an example how real time of how it can go to work, how these things go to work, right? Right before us, right? And the programming is accepted without us understanding that what? There's a compromise of morality, right? Years ago, I don't know if I'm telling my age, Elder Lawya. A lot of people don't know that Saturday Night Live is one of these particular programs that's under these same agencies. That's a liberal program that's against the conservative way of life, right? Years ago, they found a multi-talented black guy by the name of Eddie Murphy. We all know him, right? And I'm going to show you how propaganda works. It was taboo in the black community for a guy to act out as if he was, gay. And he got on stage and started doing these antics, but because it was funny, because it was what? Because it was comedy or art, we accept something that made us uncomfortable while he was saying it, but it was real funny, right? And I'm like, should I be laughing at this? Or, we were coming out of the church, like, he got on the hot purple pants and, you ain't supposed to be running around with purple pants, So, but one thing he said, right, it was almost prophetic. There were songs out there that he was talking about that was highlighting the changing of culture. When he says, there's nothing going on but the rent. You got to have a job if you want to be with me. Big songs promoted. But now those songs were putting pressure within our society that wasn't there before the song, right? And then he says, yeah, a lot of you women, you have to realize these women, you get married, they want half. And everybody started laughing and all that. And all of these things, we accepted, laughed and all that, but these were really program, through their lesser magic and through comedy, it would have us accept circumstances that in the future that none of us weren't even thinking about. Propaganda. Propaganda, folks. They just have to get the right artist with the right talent. And guess what? Satan can push anything he wants. And it's not to say, I don't believe Eddie Murphy was in some type of society or anything like that. I just believe that he was just a funny guy. But let me tell you, they use the artistry to have us compromise our moral stances. And that's the point I wanted to make out. I wanted to really talk about. That's the point, folks, is that they keep edging us more and moving us more and more and more off of our moral stance to the point where, what? No one stands for anything anymore. So we have to get back. We have to go all the way back. We have to go all the way back to the world God intended to fight against this, right? A few more things I wanted to show the lawyer, then I'm going to let you in, and then we can open up the lines.
Yes, sir.
Arthur Kessler, Tennessee Williams, Bertrand Russell, John Dewey, and Irving Brown.
The CIA.
Hey, folks, these are all top psychologists, sorcerers, occultists, society shapers. And as you can see, none of us are in these positions. Socially engineering the world. Now, at the end of it, right, and I'm going to talk about this. Don't forget, brothers and sisters, talking about the children of Israel right now. When we were brought here to America, the men was brought here for their strength to work, to build their roads, to build their empire, to build the infrastructure, railroads, everything. That's what we were brought here for, manual labor. And our sisters were brought here to do what? This is what they say in their book. To breed. To bring forth more workers and breeders. And as you can see, we're talking about the late 1800s. And here we is in so-called 2022. And not much has changed. They'll only incentivize men who is willing to hold their head down, don't say nothing and work, and women who are known for what? Sexual promiscuity. Women who can get ahead based on their sexuality, or that's what incentivized. If they can use their body in music, art, or whatever the case is, that's how they're accepted in society. And guess what, folks? Not much changed. And since Willie Lynch, we're still at odds. The Willie Lynch program is still here. But not much changed. These Satanists are getting everything they wanted out of us before they implode society. And they're looking to get rid of us in the wake of it all. Right? So now they're not forcing any of us to do anything, folks. These are all choices. We don't have to go with their programming. We could fight against this and come back to God and do what's right for one another. We don't have to be a product of their programming. This is all choice. They're not forcing us, Elder Lawyer, to do anything. We're volunteering our souls to these devils on the screen.
Plowed millions of dollars into the Congress for Cultural Freedom via fake foundations. Within a few years, Congress for Cultural Freedom was running arts festivals and publishing literary magazines.
And then they come up with fake foundations. Just like Black Lives Matter popped up out of nowhere. I'm like, what black lives have actually benefited from Black Lives Matter? They got us again. Only thing they have to do is trigger us through some race propaganda, and next thing you know, they pull us in hook, line, and sinker again. While others run off with the bag, and what? Our people are in the worst case before the organization was created.
Staging conferences around the world. It also established national affiliates in nearly 40 countries.
There was no other organisation at the time that was comparable, except perhaps for the funding that the Soviet Union were giving to their own propaganda and psychological warfare outfits.
Psychological warfare, folks. And for those who missed it, the educational system is part of the psychological warfare. It's social engineering, folks. Let me tell you, I homeschool my son Azel, and guess what? Come to find out, if you homeschool your child, they only really have about two to 3 hours of real work, and that's with a break in between. So what do they have our children in school from 9 to 3 o'clock for? If not much of it, if not the rest of that time is what? The social engineering and programming them to be agents against the values instilled in them by their parents. They're teaching our children to defy their parents. And by proxy, our children are defying God.
Publications in particular were told not to publish anything that could be seen as critical of American foreign policy. Famously, the CCF promoted this.
Okay, they were told that they cannot promote anything negative when it comes to American policy. Well, guess what, folks? When you look into Chinese propaganda, that agreement was done for China, where nothing negative can be pushed nationally against China. Only good news. Only positive news.
Abstract expressionism.
And guess what? I don't have a dog in the fight either way. There's not a country in this earth that doesn't use propaganda. Propaganda is being used in Africa too.
Exactly.
Let me make it clear. South Africa, all Africa used propaganda on their own people. So let's not make this a white man or Chinese man. Every country is using propaganda as a form of control over its population. Because through programming, you can set a new moral line outside of God's. It's what the government say, right or wrong. Who cares what God says? Okay? By doing that, they, like Albert Pike said in Morals and Dogma, if they can separate us from God, then what? The government or the power structure determines morality. And then morality becomes subjective. Right?
Style of art that emerged in New York City following World War II.
And next thing you know, you don't know what a man is or a woman is. You don't know what anything is anymore. Everything is subjective. It depends on the individual. That's what happens when a world walks away from from acknowledging the God who made the world. That's what happens. No moral line, but
the first
let me get through this.
American-born style of art that gained international prominence, and that was by design. Abstract expressionism didn't have structure. It was spontaneous. It was seen as just pure carnal expression of human instinct. This provided an incredible visual challenge to Soviet realist art, which in comparison was deemed as controlled and contrived. It wasn't natural human expression, but an authoritarian one. Jackson Pollock, known for his paint-tripping technique, was one of the handful of artists whose work was promoted throughout the world through CIA-funded exhibitions.
Look at that, even art galleries, folks. See, when you see, when you think of clandestine organizations, you think of James Bond, layers under mountains, and you know, Dr. Evil and all. Nah. They work through schools, artistry, dance classes. Wherever there's an influence, you have the agency.
Difficult art, it was impressive art. It gave the impression that the United States had this very successful high culture, which is something that many communists claimed it didn't. This is something...
Oh yeah, another reason they had art, right? Let me tell you, when I look at this, let me make it clear. Whoever think this is art, you got another thing coming. Like somebody just threw a bunch of paint up against a wall somewhere. But this is a way in which you can have what? You can price something well beyond its worth to actually exchange money in deals amongst others without it looking like something is some laundering is going on. If you think this is worth more than $6, you got something, you got another thing coming. This is a way where they can sit there and exchange all this money for this crap and not be looked upon as doing something nefarious or evil. Okay, listen, you could have a newborn baby, put some paint on it and roll over it and come out with something better than this. That's all about them being able to exchange money all over the place without being questioned. But I digress.
Through CIA-funded exhibitions.
It was difficult art, it was impressive art. It gave the impression that the United States had this very successful high culture, which is something that many communists claimed it didn't. This is something that artists wouldn't have been doing in the Soviet Union, where socialist realism was the dominant cultural aesthetic, and artists seemed very sort of controlled, very regimented.
But here was the catch. The world, including many if not most of the American and Western European writers, artists, and thinkers who were involved, had no idea that the CIA was behind the CCF. Allegedly, anyway.
I think
fair use. You see what's going on, folks? The programming of a society. And look where society is now, because we, as a people, have accepted, Elder Lawya, propaganda as the New World's what? Outright gospel truth. We accept their propaganda over God. And people think I'm insensitive, Elder Lawya, when I don't go for none of these stories that are out there. When this news story, when something happened here, people think, I wonder what Elder's going to say about it. And we can go a whole week and you'll hear us say nothing about it. Because we're not getting caught up in their propaganda. We understand that misdirection is a part of the psyop. Okay? Have you looking this way while something else is going on over here?
I think many more had a pretty good idea that money was coming from the CIA. There were actual CIA officers sort of working undercover, helping run the Congress for Cultural Freedom.
There was a small unit of people who knew, and that included some of the intellectuals who were brought in on the secret. And they were the ones who were then getting their other intellectuals and artists and everybody conjoined to this, but without telling them the truth.
The program was exposed in 1966, 16 years after being founded, through a series of articles published by the New York Times and an expose in 1967 by the far-left magazine Ramparts. It was revealed that the reach of the CCF, of the CIA's Cultural Cold War front, was in fact pretty far and wide. Some of the 20th century's most influential personalities, from feminist Gloria Steinem to philosopher...
Hold up, Gloria Steinem! From who? From who?
In fact, pretty far and wide. Some of the 20th century's most influential personalities, from feminist Gloria Steinem...
From feminist Gloria Steinem! The CIA set her up. Hold up now. Hold up. Hold up. Gloria Steinem. Let's go. Gloria Steinem. Gloria Steinem, black woman, pick. Look at this here. Look what they conned us into doing. Look, CIA. It was a propaganda plan to move her, our sister, away from us by her. See that? See that? And at the same time, they would do movies. They would do propaganda movies, Elder Lawya, that would have it by fault incinerating sisters by any time there was a white damsel in distress, there will be a black man risking his life to save her. The King Kong effect. Okay? The King Kong, the ape who will climb on the top of the building to save the white girl. This was all a psychological attack to move men away from our sisters, and they used feminism to do it through the CIA. And then they would promote men in a certain light, where even though 80% of men, black men that are married, marry sisters, they would only highlight in the media the small percent of black men who are with white women. So we're here to break your programming. They're purposely incinerating sisters, making people believe that black men don't like women or like their own sisters. That's a lie. That's a trope. It's a CIA plan to destroy families so that we don't come together. Okay? Look at this demon right here. They're telling you right out that she was CIA. And they had a plan to do what? You got it, folks. I showed you. Right here. Right here. This was propaganda to make sisters believe that there was no equality amongst. Listen, sisters was trying to stand with. We were worried about these other people on the other side of the road, the KKK and others. Sisters didn't have no problem with abuse with us and all that. We started believing that garbage, Oprah Winfrey garbage, color purple.
To philosopher Isaiah Berlin had been, sometimes knowingly, involved in projects that served as CIA fronts. Throughout this period, from 1950 to 1966, the CIA's involvement in the arts also creeped into film. They saw an opportunity in George Orwell in particular. Orwell, who wrote such middle school classics as 1984 and Animal Farm, described himself as a democratic socialist and was actually pretty anti-Stalinist and anti-Soviet style socialist.
Look at this. Look at this. All of their isms going into play. Yeah, Stalin was part of their zones too, folks. The communists, all that was part of the systems that Albert Pike was discussing in the late 1800s. For those who missed it, you can see it at the beginning of this when you look back at it.
Which was unusual among leftist circles at the time.
The British government started this trend of translating Orwell's novels like 1984 and Animal Farm and distributing them to foreign audiences. It was such good work. It was so readable. It was so accessible to foreign audiences. And the CIA, I think, noticed this and followed the British example.
His books,
You see this, Elder Lawya?
Yes, sir.
Amazing.
Farm in 1984 explored themes of totalitarianism, government control, repression of free speech, and even individual identity and human relationships.
Look at that, suppressing free speech. That was James Orwell's 1984 is the world we're living in right now, which was really their lesser magic.
And that's where the CIA turned to Hollywood. When the
They turned to
animated
who?
film
They turned to who?
Animal
Hollywood.
Farm was released in 1954, there was one major difference between the book and the film: the ending. In the book, the oppressed farm animals look at both the human farmers and the pigs, and they're unable to differentiate between the two. It was a metaphor for the tyranny of both capitalism and communism. The farmers were the capitalists and the pigs were the communists, but that didn't fly with the CIA. The CIA covertly provided funding for the film and produced an ending that only included the pigs, meaning no equivocation. When the book 1984 was made into a movie, the CIA again altered the ending.
Fair use. Oh, y'all didn't know they was in the movies, huh?
Instead of the protagonist to
Hey, Elder Rawchaa, this makes me wonder, who's really funding Tyler Perry?
Yeah, that's a very good question. A very genuine question.
Who's funding him? If the CIA would get behind this, who's funding Tyler Perry? I need y'all to think about this, folks. A grown, tall man get famous dressing up like an old black woman. Okay? And through comedy, have us accept something that we would normally reject within our society, being what? Believers in the Bible in mass. The majority of our people, our community, are Bible believers or Christians. So Medea, the cross-dressing man, that's his business in the movie, is a Christian woman that go to church every week. And she's the wise woman to counsel black women against the dreaded black man. I wonder who's behind that.
Coming to the authoritarian regime, they had him let out one last gasp of defiance. It's small, but it mattered. But the CIA's involvement in Hollywood during the Cold War didn't stop there. One of the biggest propaganda talking points of the Soviet Union was to point out the treatment of Black Americans. Jim Crow was, after all, alive and well for much of the Cold War. So the CIA hired a guy, more or less.
In Hollywood, the CIA had a very secret sort of organization that was scouting films, looking around at the films that were in production and
You know what's deep about this, Elder Lawya? There's not one great publicized event for our people in America that wasn't controlled by the power structure.
That's right.
I don't care if it's Jim Crow. They put it out there because they wanted people to know it was Jim Crow. KKK, they put it out there and publicized that because they wanted the fear and the hatred to be out there between blacks and whites through the KKK. Civil rights. It was publicized, and the March on Washington was all that because they wanted that. In order to progress that plan that Albert Pike was talking about, all these events had to happen so that what? So that our people can be integrated into the propaganda to get destroyed.
Mm-hmm. And be used for the propaganda.
Exactly. They had to move us off of our moral line and our mistrust that was there before the civil rights. We were careful. We didn't hate them, but we didn't trust them either. Right? But through civil rights, feminism, being able to work in the office with them and operate with them, our people let the guard down. And by doing so, began to compromise the morality that got us here. The true belief in God and family. And now look who's running our people now. Look who's running our people now, folks. Check out the neighborhood and see who's really running the people. That's right. Everyone had come out of the closet and they put all the believers of God in it.
trying to insert positive racial stereotypes.
But that wasn't the only way the US tried to counter the narrative of racism. Enter the jazz ambassadors. Much in the same way that abstract expressionism was seen to represent American individual freedom through its spontaneity, so too was jazz. In 19...
See that? They used the music business. Later, it was a rap music, gangster rap, all of that, folks. The music business. See? Oh, you didn't know that they had to propagandize to control the music business too, to push. If they wanted, if the jails needed more people, then of course the art must reflect more crime in the society, so that what? That's right. The prison industrial complex can get their pounds of flesh.
In 1956, the U.S. State Department started a
if I could mention here
project.
that the primary
simple.
purpose
Take
that they were using these artists.
Come on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the primary purpose they were using the jazz artists was obviously, if you have America getting the same way America gets into the business of other countries today and tries to promote freedom and justice and equality in other countries today,
yeah,
they were trying to do the same thing back then. But now the issue is, well, how can you support or promote freedom, justice, and equality in our country when there's no freedom, justice, and equality in your country? Fix your country's problems first.
Exactly.
Here it is. You're trying to push democracy in our country, but you have the black man underfoot in your country. So what America did was they said, well, look, we need to get positive press when it comes to our progression with the race issue. So let's put black artists, black jazz artists at the forefront and send them throughout the country and put a camera in front of them to say or to show, see, we're getting better with the race issue. We're progressive with the race issue. See, there's no problems here. Look at the artists. Look at the face of the music in our country. So, I mean, these people, man, they're diabolically genius.
Yeah, but check it out. The point you're saying, they use the propaganda to make other countries believe that there's racial breakthroughs, there's really equality. But no soon as Louis Armstrong and others come back home, there's a black finger pointing down the alley saying, you can get your plates down here.
Exactly.
You know, chicken and watermelon is up the street, okay? You get a black finger pointing this way saying, that's where your chicken and watermelon is. But then when they get in front of them, they become ambassadors of what you would call equality, to show that there isn't racism really going on like it was publicized, like other countries once thought. Like you said, America cannot become the bastion of freedom for other countries with that image. So they had to bring black people out and say, well, listen, look at these artists, to make people believe that they weren't as racist as other countries thought. That's a good point.
Exactly.
The power of propaganda. Jazz ambassadors.
The most notable and talented American jazz musicians and send them around the world. In particular, the idea was to send them to decolonizing countries which were seen as ripe for influence, whether Soviet or American.
Jazz was very interesting because, like abstract expressionism, it was the kind of thing that confused the Soviets. There were cultural orthodoxies in the Soviet Union and in its satellites, which, if they were broken by artists, there was immediate reaction from the Soviet authorities.
Dizzy Gillespie was the first ambassador. He toured the Middle East, South Asia, and the Balkans. Gillespie's success translated to more tours from American musicians such as Louis Armstrong, Dave Brubeck, and Duke Ellington.
Let's get straight to the end of it.
How much of a victory was the program for the Americans against the Soviets?
I think the CIA probably would have been very pleased with the results of its efforts in terms of how many Western intellectuals the Congress was able to rope into its activities and all of the conferences and festivals and literary magazines that came out of it. But long term, this always had the potential to sort of blow up in the CIA's face.
It wasn't a victory for culture, for literature, or for art, or for jazz, or for any other form of cultural or artistic expression, because in my view, that needs to exist and can only really breathe if it's not locked in some kind of embrace of the political institutions in which it finds itself. It's about reacting to and against those things.
It's hard to know this history coupled with all the other clandestine CIA efforts to, undermine movements and governments, and not feel like you can't trust anyone or anything, especially these days when social media in particular makes it almost impossible to know how much you're experiencing is organic versus how much, isn't.
Look at that. You're looking at social media and you don't know what's organic or what isn't. You can be looking at someone and they have 1 million subscribers, not realizing that a lot of those are bot subscribers. They don't have anything. They just got an interest or a leg up on natural content creators like us. You don't know what's real or not real. See? But you have a lot of people out there who would swear by social media, who shape their lives because of social media, who have actually disconnected from the real world and have created an identity for themselves based on the programming that comes through social media. And you don't even realize you've been programmed. You are a product of propaganda, an agent for Satan. And I see a lot of people out there that get online and listen to these other ideas, and guess what? That in of itself have moved people further and further and further away from the belief in God. And here we go. This is where they wanted us. This is where they wanted us. Disconnected. Now, before Elder Rawchaa, you have anything to say before I open up the calls here?
Absolutely. I think that last thing you mentioned was very key, which was creating an identity. And I think that's what all of this is about at its essence.
Yeah.
And it goes back to Albert Pike, as we read earlier, within Morals and Dogma, when he speaks about the 3 world wars, there's always, in order to bring forth the next agenda, there's always a battle between one front versus another front. There always is a left versus a right. The Arab world versus the Israeli world. Just communism versus Christian. There's always a left-right paradigm. And what Albert Pike realized, and what those of his mindset realized, is that in order to bring forth what they call the Luciferian system or the New World Order, you have to always have one front versus another, left versus right, black versus white, woman versus man, gay versus straight, Democrat versus Republican, capitalist versus communist. There always has to be 2 sides, 2 polarizing sides operating against another in order to eventually bring society to its needs. And that's Luciferianism at its core. And I'm going to show why. The scripture says in the book of Matthew, the 12th chapter, Matthew 12 and 25, and Yeshua knew their thoughts and said unto them, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation. And every city or house divided against itself cannot stand. You can't have a society succeed and stand if within the society everybody is against each other. Everyone has a polarizing belief against another. Everyone is dealing on either side of the chessboard. Left, right, black. Everyone is separated. Everyone is divided. So eventually, when everyone is fractured, no one is looking at the puppet master, like who is creating the left-right paradigm? Who is creating the black versus white? Who is creating the Democrat versus Republican, the right versus who is creating these various sides of the spectrum that we all take stances on and decide to fight each other, which keeps us from actually looking at the overall enemy, which is Lucifer and Luciferians at the height. We can't focus on that because we're fractured and divided. Check this out. Let me read this real quick. How many of you know that the actual thought of what we consider today, or what we know today as teenagers, was a creation of what was created, a created concept, a relatively new created concept? Meaning there was a time in which what we know today as a teenager culturally did not exist at a certain point. And I'm bringing this up for a reason, but I just want to read a little bit from this article here. The origin of the teenager, right? This is from March 23rd, 2017, taken from The Teenage, the Creation of Youth Culture, as you mentioned, creating an identity. And that's exactly what the whole idea of creating what we consider today teenagers, the whole purpose of creating that was creating a whole new culture for a purpose. It says here, I'm going to read a few points. It says, during 1944, Americans started using the word teenager. I'm going to read that again. During 1944, Americans started to use the word teenager to describe the place of youth in their society. The question is why? From the very beginning, it was a marketing term that recognized the spending power of adolescents. So they created a whole new class of society called teenagers that they could market and sell things to. But not only is it, when we talk about selling things, it's not just selling products, it's also selling ideas, selling culture, which would create another fracture, old versus young. When your parents try to step in and play the role of parents and let you know that you're going off, you say, well, you don't understand. This is the new thing. This is the end thing. This is the new dance. This is the new way that people are dressing. This is the new way that people are speaking. You're old. You're played out. So now you have another fracture in society. Again,
fads.
Exactly, fads. And it befuddles me that every generation, we don't catch on to the fact that we eventually get played out. Every generation that's in eventually gets played out. It's like we don't catch on to it from one generation to the next, not realizing that what you thought was in, what you thought was popular as a teenager, what you thought was keeping up with the times, eventually gets played out. And there's another fracture. And now those who once fell for those who once fell for the propaganda, they're now sitting there, and now they're parents, and now they're having to battle with their children, accepting and adopting ideas which they know are not acceptable. And the cycle keeps going on and on.
Yeah. And I could tell it's marketing, but it's also a form of separating. Right?
Right.
Because now, in order for the children to acquire the social acceptance, it 9 times out of 10, it means defying the wishes of their parents. When the Bible says, thou shalt honor thy father and mother, you understand? So usually for social acceptance, there comes a sacrifice. And that's all the way around, right? And that leads me, go ahead. What else you have to say before?
Just one more point, two more scriptures, and you can elaborate.
Go ahead. I don't want to.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think this is ultimately what we're showing here is that all the propaganda that we've been seeing and made to believe that it's organic and that we just adopted these ideas. What we have to realize is that with these ideas, I think they stated something very similar in that small documentary, was that ideas are more powerful than weapons. And the scriptures tell us the same thing. It says in St. John 6:63, it is the spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profiteth nothing. Check this out. Christ says, the words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life. How do we know this? Well, even after Christ passed on, his words are still with us. His ideas and his teachings are still with us, even though he's gone. Yeah. So you can kill a person, you could pick up guns and fight a war, but it does not kill the idea. Last scripture. It says here, for where a testament is, there must also of necessity be the death of the testator. For a testament is of force after men are dead, otherwise it is of no strength at all while the testator liveth. So again, just showing that ideas and thoughts live on even after the person who presented the idea is dead and gone. So it's the same thing on the left-hand side. They introduce an idea into society. make you think it's organic. You adopt the ideas, you spread the ideas, and even after you're gone, those ideas will spread on and poison the next generation. But that's pretty much it.
Well, thank you, Elder Lawya, and thank you for sending the video, eye-opening, just showing you real time. It's one thing, how long we've been talking about the Albert Pike Morals and Dogma, almost prophetic, predictive programming that they said would happen to bring in Lucifer as an acceptance for society, right? And now we can see how the dots are connected now, how everything they said would happen has happened. But it's deep how they were able to get us roped into this. We don't really have a dog in their satanic fight. It's for somehow they've got us to parrot their talking points as if we have an interest, like as if it's like our ideals, as if our ideals is in line with theirs.
Right.
I mean, sometimes people have to be reminded of how we got here. It's like, have you forgotten? They haven't. How are we being roped in with their liberal ideology? Propaganda. And while they're doing that, Elder Lawya, and I'm going to be talking about this coming Friday, NATO to put 300,000 troops on high alert in response to Russia threat. Right? We're going to be talking about this. They have you looking one way and something else is happening right up under your noses. Okay? Now, last but not least, it comes down to this. We have to break this need for social acceptance. Right? When I say social acceptance, your family, your inner family, your children, your relatives is all the acceptance you need. When it comes to a man must be accepted by who? His God. He's seeking validation from his God, his Christ, his belief system, the moral code that will be instilled in his family. A wife is seeking that validation. A woman is seeking validation from a man. And the social acceptance that comes with what? A man wanting her or caring for her. Girlfriends or whatever. Nah, the Bible says a woman leave her father and mother and cleave to her husband and they shall become one flesh. She don't care what others are saying about her getting validated by her man. That's all the validation she needs. When it comes to the children, not the peer pressure from the children next door and the shoes they're making. Nah, children are seeking what? The honor that comes with them walking in righteousness according to what was instilled in them by their parents. Children are supposed to be what? They're supposed to think of the honor that comes with them actually being of their parents. The honor that's instilled in them from their father and mother. That's the social acceptance that must be instilled in our children at all times. Okay? Not some temporal social fast like you were mentioning, Elder Lawya. And we have to get right back to that. God and family. And we have to get to a point where that's good enough. Okay? And it's not to say that socializing isn't good and connecting with other people outside of that construct, expanding that network isn't good. No, we're not saying that. But it's about prioritizing what's important according to God. We have to get back there. We have to get back there and not feel shame. Not feel shame for being what? Humble, submissive, honorable. Let's hit that one more time, Elder Lawya, before I open up the lines, the order of the family.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians 11, verse 3.
Read.
But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God.
Period. And on top of that, that means we must take a stand with God socially. What stand? The same stand Paul took. Let's go there real quick, Elder Lawya. Romans 1:25. Paul took a stance when it comes to the social construct, and what should be honored, and what spirit within society that must be what? Corrected. When we begin to idolize ourselves and turn things into idol, a mere man, and start honoring man like what we see with social media and all that, you know what happens? That's right. All that's wrong become accepted. It's now allowed.
Mm-hmm.
It's all allowed now. There's no judging anymore. Let's read it. Paul.
Yes, sir. Romans 1:25.
Come on.
Who changed the truth of God into a lie.
Who changed the truth of God into a lie. And that's including the order. Family. Okay, there's no new definition of family. Family is what it was since Adam and Eve. Period. And we cannot accept any other examples of it. Read.
And worshipped and served the creature more than the creator.
So now it's more about the person, your thoughts, your views on things, instead of how and why God made the earth. Why God made things. Now it's your view on how things should be done outside of his purpose. And that's how we've gotten here. Read.
Who was blessed forever. Amen.
Come on.
For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature.
So eventually what would happen, and when we start worshiping the creature more than the creator, people will start to operate or to deal sexually and otherwise against nature. I'm going to show you something that's going on in our community that need to be fixed. Okay? Right? This right here needs to get fixed almost immediately. Women running around with bull rings in their noses. And why do I say this? This is a beautiful girl. Why do I say we need to get rid of this? Against nature. This is against nature, folks. Why am I saying this? Why am I pointing her out right here? She's a beautiful girl, but look at this. A bull ring was put on a bull's nose to tame him. To put a rope around it and to do what? To stop something that would normally kick or harm a person. So they would put a bull ring in his nose to control the bullish, evil, threatening behavior. And for somehow this has become a fashion amongst our people. It's against nature. What you're telling people on the outside of you is that you're uncontrollable. You're threatening. You can harm someone. It's out of control. There's nothing cute about it. There's nothing fashionable about it. It's sending the wrong message. You're not an animal. There's some serious psychosis going on with people with these face piercings. It's like it's the aggression of a bull. It's against nature. And it's time that people start talking about it. It's against nature. And guess what, folks? When the armies come, I'm gonna tell you, hey, in the world, I'm gonna tell you, any guy that's not operating in his masculinity is going to get ran over. Women have to embrace femininity, or let's get rid of that word, female. Women have to embrace being female, demure, submissive, loving, nurturing. It doesn't matter how we were raised. That's why Christ says repent and come back to our what? Our first nature. It's in us. We just have to find it. We just have to nurture that female. Bring her up. Bring her out. Being nice, being soft isn't weak. Men, if you're soft, you're going to get ran over. While Americans' army is stating, don't ask, don't tell, guess what China's army's talking about? They're talking about making super soldiers. Okay? They're actually monitoring how many hours their youth actually play video games. And have it where the game's cut off at a certain time. And China's army is saying you must be masculine, 100% masculine, to be in their army, to become a part of their armed forces. While they're saying in America, don't ask, don't tell. Finish reading.
Right.
Now,
go ahead,
Elder Lawyer. I'm sorry.
If I can mention this real quick on that point, and I'm not saying that this should be the case here in the States, but we've been to places, we've lived in places where all young men at a certain age must go through some form of military training. These are how other countries are dealing with their young men.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, it's compulsory. Where once they get a certain age, they must at least do 1 or 2 years in the armed forces as part of their transition into what? Citizenship, a real man into manhood. Having patriotism coming straight out of high school. Trained to defend their country. I've been in countries like that. But I don't know what these guys are going to do here in America when stuff start rolling. These guys, pants hanging down their behind. There's nothing masculine about that. Okay? I mean, don't forget, part of warfare is being able to get out of danger also. Sometimes you have to run in order to one day retaliate. Can you imagine these guys trying to run with their pants on? And where the retaliation come? Let me show you what's going on here. They even got a name for this stuff, Elder Lawyer. Lord have mercy. Just imagine. I need y'all to just imagine this for 1 second. The armies are breaking out. They're coming down. They're coming for you. They're coming for you. And this is what's going. Who's raising these kids? There's no retaliation going on right here. You got the girls running around with bull rings and the guys running out with full drawers open. Let's read scripture.
Wow. Okay, moving on. This is verse 26. And for this cause, God gave them up unto vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature.
Against nature. This is their plan, folks. This is how they turning people against God and against nature. And you know what? When we are operating against nature, outright, folks, it's a psychosis. Your mind has no rest. It's like you're psychologically tormenting yourself. You're unhappy, and you know you're unhappy. And the Most High is trying to free us from this. It takes a lot of, let me tell you, it takes a lot of effort to operate contrary to what God made you. There's a lot of exhaustion that comes in that because you're trying to be something you aren't naturally. It's a lot of effort, too much work. And Christ is trying to set you free from all of this. Read the last piece and then I'll open up the lines.
Yes, sir. Verse 27. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burn in their lust one toward another, men with men, working that which is unseemly.
And God say, this is New Testament too, men with men working that which is unseemly. God is looking from the heavens and saying, what is this doesn't fit. This doesn't connect. I didn't make you for this. Okay, straight out. And it's like, people can do what they want to do. That's their choice because it's their judgment at the end of the day. But God is saying, listen, a judgment is coming for all of this. It's unseemly. It's time to correct our ways before judgment. Time is running out. The plagues are coming. The famine is coming. All of that. And eventually, folks, there's going to be armies everywhere throughout the earth. And only those who are in what? In total connection with the Almighty and are hedged can make it through this. So it's upon us to fix what we can, Elder Lawya, while the opportunity's here. No one is judging anyone for the choices they've made. But Christ is merciful. The Most High is what? Patient. And he's given opportunity and saying, well, listen, I brought forth the prophets in old time. And Israel back then didn't listen. And look, it's going to happen again, folks. I'm going to tell you, folks, not just the world. Our people are in rebellion against God. We're in rebellion and we're taking it out on everyone around us. In rebellion. And it's like, no, just listen. Sometimes we have to break ourselves, fall to our knees and say, listen, I'm wrong. God, I'm sorry. I sinned against you. I sinned against your kingdom. Give me a chance, an opportunity as your child to serve you righteously. And it doesn't matter what you've done in the past, or even if you've dealt with different sinful activity, Christ still loves you and he's given opportunity. Well, that's it I'm going to say on that, Elder Lawya. If you can answer the calls with me real quick, if you don't mind, Elder Lawya. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm only going to take questions for like 30 minutes, and then that will conclude our broadcast for this evening. That's right. I hope you've been edified. We have over 3,000 people in here. Praise the Most High. A big audience tonight. Over 3,000. That's right. Make sure y'all support right down there. Support the work and getting that academy. We're going into Christian Lies this weekend. You don't want to miss it. The Christian Lies. And speaking of Christian Lies, someone sent me a video, Elder Lawya, where, man, you got Christians at church, outside the churches, pulling guns out on people now. I heard something where I think IUIC was teaching somewhere in some place, and somebody pulled out a gun. Man, it's getting crazy out here. But anyway, hey. But anyway, let me over the line real quick, okay? One second, Elder Lawya. I think Ramar is holding things there. Let's see. Blog Talk. There it is. Call in. Elder Lawya, before you do that, I need you to read 1 Chronicles 6:29.
Blog Talk Radio.
You said
Welcome to
first-
Blog Talk Radio. Please
said
hold and you will
First
be able to
Chronicles
listen to the
6:29.
show.
Yeah.
Okay.
And folks, it comes down to we have to have a united front and stand for what's good now. Family first, the proper order that God intended going forward. And we have to stand against evil. We can't accept wickedness based on the dysfunctions that people have developed through being raised in the neighborhood. That no longer is that an excuse. Okay. Elder Lawya, read that for me.
Yes, sir. First Chronicles 6:29 says here, the sons of Merari.
No, try 2 Corinthians. It could be in 2 Corinthians. The one says, if we turn towards this place, Solomon if we turn towards the temple.
Right. My people which are called by my name.
Yeah. Let's get it real quick. One moment.
Yep. 7 and 14.
7 to 14. Let's read it. Thank you.
2 Chronicles 7 verse 14.
Come on.
If my people which are called by my name,
My people which are called by my name shall what?
Shall humble themselves.
Shall humble themselves. Humble themselves. Okay. Read.
And pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land.
And will heal their land. That's the only way this thing gets fixed, brothers and sisters. We have to get back to the beginning. It's not about the politics of things. It's not about us being on code as black people. I understand the black man, white supremacy argument is out there, but that doesn't highlight the lack of morality or not having a moral code that we can all agree on. That's one of the biggest areas, the biggest issues than white supremacy. We have to have a line where we can stand together against evil, regardless of the color. And that goes back to what? The morality that's written within these scriptures, the law, statutes, and commandments. We need to agree there first. Okay? Now let's open up the lines. 850.
If I can mention this real quick as well.
Yeah.
That's also a part of the paradigm that they create and feed. That's why it goes back to what you were mentioning earlier when it comes to these stories and these articles that come out. We don't feed into it because we know that they're feeding, again, another aspect of a division that they created and that they are using for their purpose. But that's it on that.
Exactly. Because there's a never-ending narrative that really has no bottom. It has no answer at the end of it. And I agree with a lot of what people are saying when it comes to reparations and things of that nature, because I think there should be some payment for the injustices that have been done against our people. But there's greater issues than that. The greatest issue is what's going on amongst us outside of so-called white supremacy. When are we going to come in agreement on, with the moral code and how we should be represented? What is the moral stance of a family? What is the representational image that was intended for us to have the respect God intended for us to have? What is that image? Where can we all agree on that at? Is it in Africanism? Is it in Kemet? Where is it? Is it Christianity? We need to come together and agree. Here's the moral stance on family. When it comes to quote unquote what they call sexuality. So we're not into that. We're into man, woman, child, family. That's it. And if you don't believe in that, you're on the other side of the argument. You're on the other side. I'm not going to agree with people just because we're black anymore. Those days are done.
Right.
850 area code. The lines will cut off in 17 minutes. So if you have something to say, please get in now on 515-605-9327. We're breaking down the origin of the devil's agents, starting with Albert Pike. 850 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. How are you doing, sister? How are you?
Blessed by the best, and his name is the highest.
All right. Talk to us.
So I have just two short comments. One, have you looked at the live CERN video while we're speaking about agents against God's people?
The what?
There was a live CERN video yesterday when it went live. And interestingly enough, the first 1 minute and 38 seconds of it, it gives you a list of everything that CERN is involved in. But their last statement, which was real interesting, before they go into showing you what it was taking as they generated up the CERN, they stated that particle physics is understanding the universe means going further than outer space. We are going back to the origin of our universe. They stated it boldly, that they are going back to the origin of our universe.
Yeah, the sides of the north.
The
sides of the north. That's what Lucifer said he would do. Absolutely. That's what CERN is. It's a portal opener.
And they tell you that a lot of the things that they're connected with, which one of them being human capital, and the powerful model of open science, which is this new term that they have for transparent science that is supposed to be more inclusive, more accessible, and more reproducible, so that they can have more participants in pushing the technologies that they are coming up with worldwide. So it's now the NASA term for it is open science now. So CERN is majorly invested in open science. And then the other thing, at 4 a.m. this morning in Georgia, somebody set off explosives damaging the Georgia Guidestones.
Oh, yeah, I seen that. I guess that's someone out there sending a message. I mean, so. I seen that.
Yeah. But those are the only two things, is just that they show you without a shadow of a doubt on that first minute and 38 seconds of that live footage of the CERN being turned on.
Okay, well, I'm going to look into that. Well, thank you, sister. I'm going to look into that. Quite informative. I really appreciate it. All right, thank you, sister. I'm going to place you on hold. Another thing is I want to put out there, there's a book out there that has Ahaya in Yeshaya's name on it, right? And some people think that that's some type of affiliation with our church. And like I said from the beginning, it's no affiliation. None of that have been checked on whether or not in all places, that they have it there, whether or not it should be right. And he did that I think he did that on the back of us saying that we are going to work on something with the Most High in Christ's name within the book. And someone started doing it beforehand. I'm not casting any aspersions or anything against that. I'm just saying it's not connected with our church. But people can get whatever they want. It's their, I guess this is what capitalism is in America. Okay, so, but I don't want people to think if they get the book that says Ahaya Yeshai that it's affiliated with our church, because there may be some incorrect things in it. But we will be bringing one with references and all that. We'll be working on that quite soon, okay? But if y'all like the book that says it, that's fine. I have no issue with it, but people ask me, is this connected with our church? And the answer is no. All right, next call, 314 area code.
Shalom, elders. How are you this evening?
How are you doing, Margaret? How are you?
I am blessed by the best. Listen, you have brought so much stuff out, so I have a couple things I want to unpack. I'm going to do it real quick and jump on out the way.
Okay.
You mentioned a lot about the kind of the psych job that's been done on a lot of the sisters.
Yeah.
Of course, it's been going on for centuries, but just in the last, kind of 100 years, the propaganda and the ideology that sort of shaped the last 5 generations. So in chunks, I want to point out a few things. So towards the latter part of the 1800s and early 1900s, we were trying to combat those stereotypes of like Mammy and Jezebel or whatever.
Yeah.
So the black women were kind of told we had to we had a social and political obligation to uplift the race by being at the helm of, all these activisms. So you had like Mary Church Terrell, Ida B. Wells Barnett, et cetera, and they're, trying to say and do what they were pointing out that black men couldn't do because of lynching and things like that. Now, on the outset, hey, great idea, get out there, talk about lynching, bring some, truth to it and some levity on what was going on. But at the same time, you had media putting out movies like Cabin in the Sky, and then you had the Step and Fetch It franchise. And in so doing, you had this women moving up to the helm, and it sort of solidified those role reversals. Now, by the earlier part of the 1900s, you also had black women like the sororities and things like that, particularly the Delta Sigma Theta, getting out there, working with the suffrage movement to get the vote. Well, it's kind of interesting because they were working right along with like Lucretia Mott and Susan B. Anthony, who were staunchly against black men getting the vote. But we aligned ourselves with that, thinking it was the greater good to help, blacks or black women to get the vote as well. And then finally, you start going into the 60s and 70s. You had the blaxploitation movies coming out, kind of pushing this divide in our families and, having women think that, all the men had this predatory pimp mentality, so they were showing and pushing that, a lot. You also saw that in books like by, I don't know if you guys know Nathan McCall, Makes Me Want to Holler, or Eldridge Cleaver when he wrote Soul on Ice. And then for those of us who went to college, like in the 90s, when I tell you black feminist thought came to the forefront, you had Bell Hooks, Patricia Hill Collins, all of these women writing these books, Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman, which further pushed black women into this idea that we needed to be independent up to present, where that independence has moved to complete independence from a man altogether. And just here recently, today or in the last couple of days, they just dropped a new Viola Davis movie, The Woman King. It's over the Dahomey Warriors. If you check out that video, it says it all. I think it's going to be a good movie. However,
I'm not looking at
pushing that black woman, warrior woman type, idea. And with that, I yield.
Well, let me ask you this: with all the so-called accomplishments, what was gained?
Absolutely
with
nothing.
all that you're saying, what was gained?
Absolutely nothing. I was pointing all of this out as because this is what this is what was used to further polarize the black community. We were being taught as women that this is what we should do to help our communities, not raising our family. I mean, not to say we didn't raise our families, but the focus wasn't on that. It was on if you wanted to be a successful member of the community, you needed to be in activism politically, socially, agitating for rights or whatever the case may be. So in that thought process, this is the things that they were pushing that we should be doing.
Okay.
And what that was doing is while they were saying we should be doing all these things, putting the woman out there in the forefront, it also was being polarized by all of these negative images of black men.
Yeah.
Like I said, from Step and Fetch It to, I don't know if you ever saw Cabin in the Sky with Lena Horne old movie, 1920s, 30s, something like that. Yeah. But so he's buck-eyed and hiding behind his wife's skirts, and
I know.
Just kind of all.
I'm familiar with the blaxploitation, but all of it's like this though. It's like this, right? Again, this is what was gained right here. on the screen right here. That's what was gained.
I'm on my phone talking.
Don't worry about it. Everybody else can see it. Everybody else can see it. And let me say this. All this, sisters, get out the vote and all this and all this. Listen, there's nothing in the scriptures that say that no one can't vote, or whatever the case is. But my thing is, okay, vote for what? And get what?
Mm-hmm. Vote for who?
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, vote for who and get what? See, these are simple questions that we're putting out there. Vote for who to get what? Because everyone else, they understand that in a capitalistic society, there must be an exchange for votes.
Mm-hmm.
Vote for who? For what? So all of this thing, this stuff that they dealing with deleting children or whatever the case is, they talking about that, claiming that it's a black woman thing and it's about the right and all that. Listen, time is almost up on all of this. Okay, so at the end of the day, it's time for men to stand up in their right nature and follow God. And it's time for women to get behind men. That's what time it is. Because why? Many people say, listen, we're the least protected class. Our men don't protect us. Well, guess what? It comes down to it. We must put ourselves in position to need the protection. I'm not gonna ask God to protect me and I'm going against his law and it's not up under his hedge. So that proper order goes back to what Lawya and I was talking about. It comes down to protection is something that's warranted if you're not fighting against it. And then we're going to be talking about that the week after next too. All right. It's going to have to be a total reshaping, a quick reshaping for man and woman to survive what's coming. Okay, it's not judging anyone. I'm talking about strictly for self-preservation at this point. But let me get to the next call, sister.
Right.
You always bring out some nice points, but I have to get to the next call if you don't mind, okay?
Oh, absolutely. Shalom.
Shalom, Mara. Great points. 330 area code. 330 area code. Sorry about that. That's I think your name is Gianna or Gianna.
Yeah, it's Gianna.
Oh, Gianna, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Elder?
Doing well.
I'll praise it. So I just wanted to say I wanted to come in and talk about the propaganda aspect of it all.
Anytime you want to come in, Lawya, you can come in, okay? Just let me know. Just say something and I'll bring you in, all right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just going to step away for a quick second.
Okay, great. All right, what you say, sister?
I had just wanted to say propaganda. You have been talking about propaganda for most of the stream.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking about it from a youth standpoint, more so me being a part of the younger generation and seeing firsthand how propaganda changes people's views. And like I've seen some people come from the most I don't want to say religious, but the most religious homes.
Or traditional. Just use the word traditional.
Traditional. Thank you. That's a better word.
Yeah.
Like the most traditional homes, and then they come out totally different. And it's like, well, I thought I raised you better than that. It's not necessarily an issue with the parents. It's more so what we're being taught in school and what people are saying what is acceptable. And especially with the Black Lives Matter thing, that is something that I've noticed has become back at the forefront. With the death of Jalen Walker, that was like right near me. I'm with the Cleveland body. That was about 40 minutes out from me.
Okay.
But seeing that come back to the forefront, it really just shows you like who is really for a movement, who's against it. And as long as you're, I guess the point here that I'm trying to make is that the world tries to show you that as long as you're bending to the propaganda, then you will be more accepted by the overall upcoming of the new world order.
Exactly. So what they're doing is they're politically shaming people into this compromised system, into sacrificing their own morality and traditions simply to be accepted. Not realizing what we're giving up by with the world accepting us, we'll never receive back from those who are embracing us. Okay, I'm talking about real freedoms. I'm talking about the love of family, honor that comes with family. What we're giving up cannot be replaced by the systems we are embracing. It'll never be replaced. But you're right. I see people go to college and come back rebels, out of their mind. And it's a shame. There's no more honor in the world. There's no honor. At one point, it used to be a badge. It used to be a badge of honor. Sending young men and young women to colleges, and to some degree, men usually get into infrastructure, science, and things that are beneficial. But it seems like when our sisters go to college, they're targeted. And as soon as they get in there, to be radicalized for the system, to be radicalized against men, to stand with some radicalized nut job women with a cause within that particular college. You understand?
Right.
And I think they're targeted. Our sisters are targeted going into these colleges. You understand?
I agree.
Right.
And as someone who's currently in college,
yeah,
I've noticed that as I'm going back to school, because they're still letting up on all of like the pandemic rules and stuff like that, I've had to build up even more of a barrier because I've been in the truth for almost 6 years now.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to let anything penetrate that wall anymore, because that's something that's becoming ever increasing against Black women, Native women, Latina women, Israelite women, I should be saying.
Israelite women.
For people who may not be familiar.
Yeah, that's the right term. Israelite women.
Israelite women.
Yeah.
I'm just saying for people who may not be familiar with the tribes, or if they're watching this.
Yeah.
But that was all I wanted to say. Thank you for.
Well, thank you, and it's good to know that we have. It's good to know that we have sisters in these colleges that are representing righteously. So, hey.
All praise to the Most High.
Do your work. Bless you. All right. All right. We have Azriel next, and then Junior. Junior has a question. That sounds like a familiar name. Azriel, how are you?
Hey, Shalom, Elder. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. The floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah, I think the best course of action for us, as a nation at this point, given the talents that we all have, it would be probably in our best interest, like even, like I said, given the times we got to kind of separate from everything they have going on in society. We got it in us to create like our own shows, our own movies, create our own. We're already doing it with music. Yep. I'm pretty sure there are individuals in the body who are doing film. You got individuals who do like cartoons and stuff like that too. So I think when we actually, focus on that particular dynamic, it's like creating a society within a society, if you get what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. But the way we're going about it is wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove, because it's not bashing, the things that we may not agree with or align with. It's us promoting what it is that, the tenets that the Almighty set before us to go out here and bring forward, like how they're. So it's kind of like fighting fire with fire in a sense. Yeah. But, it's no physical engagement to where I have to, meet you on the battlefield and do all this other stuff. It's no need for any of that when we can just take what it is that we have and, foster the next generation the right way.
Yeah.
But, doing it in a way that's kind of captivating and truthful and honest at the end of the day too. It was that point, and then I don't know if you've seen Kendrick Lamar lately. I think it's kind of strange. It's a little strange how they seem to be propping him up, and it's like every time you see Kendrick now is wearing this diamond-studded crown of thorns on his head every time. And it when you brought out the point earlier about how they'll use like musicians to influence the next generation and stuff like that, and it's like, okay, we see this brother with this diamond-studded crown of thorns on his head, but you're talking about at the award show, from the clip I saw,
Yep.
it seemed as though he was advocating on the side
Yep.
of the women who are, and I'm just like, I'm like, wow, did they get to him too? Because he did have a 5-year layoff, and it's like,
Well, all I know is with the brother Nick Cannon, he came strong with saying he was Israel, sitting down with Professor Griff, and after I don't know what happened in conversations, and I wasn't there, but when he came back, it was a different conversation. Okay. When it comes to Kendrick Lamar, he said he's not black, he's an Israelite. He disappeared for a few years. When he came back, different message. But you know what?
Right.
All I can say is, I thank those brothers for the courage to step out there with their artistry on the line, and at the time they did it. The reality is every person isn't called to prophethood, right? So there's artists,
right,
but there's teachers, and there's, like the Bible says, there's some that's prophets, some that are teachers, some have different parts of the body. That's just not their calling. But
right.
we have to pray for the brethren, and sometimes we hope that they're going to step out on a limb continuously and stay out there like we are, right? But that's too much to ask for them. You understand? But they know. they know the truth. They know the truth, and I'm sure the opportunity will come in which the time in which they'll be able to utilize what they've learned to help our people. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful for that.
Right.
Yeah. I'm hopeful for that.
Same.
But yeah, you can't expect you can't expect them to be outside like IUIC or other groups, or you can't.
Right.
They have a different calling, right? So I'm not making an excuse for them, but
absolutely.
But listen though, I did have hopes that they would build publicly on some of what we were hearing. I did have hopes of that, but oh yeah, I have to. Right. Oh yeah, I got to put you on hold. There's a lot rattling going on there. I apologize. It sound like, man, it sound like you were in a one of those cement grinders things going on there. Like one of those cement mixers. I got to get it together. There's a lot of noise over there, brother. I apologize, but I had to go. 520 area code Junior is live. How are you doing, Junior?
Hey, I'm doing well. How you doing over there, Elder?
How you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm doing really well. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure if you got my message. I had left you a message. I think on Saturday I had called your GOCC Academy in Philadelphia. I'm not really sure if you got the message, but it's pretty much about a woman that I know. And pretty much what's going on is I met this woman a long time ago. She used to take my boxing classes. And during the shutdown, so during the shutdown, I used to do online stuff. And so me and her, we used to work out together. And we went hiking one day and just kind of like talking about our lives. And she started like telling me how she has like, I guess you could say she has like visions. So it kind of tripped me out. You know what I mean? I'm like, you be having visions. I'm like, what kind of visions you be having? And so she was saying like this being was telling her about like pretty much about stuff from the Bible. And she's never read the Bible ever in her life. And like she was like, this being was like giving her these particular names and stuff like that. But what really tripped me out is when she said she was coming out of this vision, this being was giving her a name and she couldn't really decipher what the name was. She said that like the being was saying like you are. She couldn't figure out what it meant until when she came out of the vision. She was like, the being wasn't saying you are, but the being was saying I am. And when she said that, I'm like, what? Because like I've been following you maybe for a few years now, and like how you gave the name of the Most High and stuff like that. And so I started talking to her like, yo, that's the name of the Most High. And like, so I started talking to her about stuff in the Bible, and like we just kind of started, going through some Bible stuff, like stuff that you pretty much teach in your lessons, the Bible Academy and stuff like that. And we ended up pretty much just kind of fell out. Like we just kind of lost touch. So she messaged me last week and she was just asked me a random question. Like I haven't spoken to her in a year. And she messaged me and said, what Bible do you read? And so I started telling her about like, I read the 1611 KJV, whoopty whoopty woo. And I'm like, what made you ask? And she started like just telling me like she's interested in it and like she wants to know more because she remembers the conversation that we had. So I invited her over. We had dinner, and I was just like pretty much telling her everything that you be teaching us. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we're the Israelites, we're the people from the Bible, and this and that. And so she started telling me about these things that she's seen, and literally everything that she was telling me is everything that you teach. And I friggin' like it really tripped me out. I couldn't even believe it. I'm like, you've never read the Bible? And she's like, no, I've never read the Bible. It's just this being or this entity that comes to me. And she said it's a she, like it's this female voice that speaks to her. And I'm like, because like, I'm like, is this the Holy Spirit talking to her or something like that? So, and she's like telling me how she had got a vision from this being talking about how this particular entity came from, she calls God the source. So she was telling me how this entity came from the source and how this particular entity had a bunch of beings with it and came down to earth, and they were in this darkness here on earth, and how they were trying to create their own people that were made like the people that the source made. So she was saying the source made a group of people, and this other being had his own group of people. And I'm like, I'm thinking like, this must be.
Let's reel this back a little bit.
Okay.
How old is this young lady?
She's 42.
42. Married?
No, she's not married.
And did she describe these beings, which, that talks with her?
She said these beings, they don't have an actual figure. She said they come as light.
Okay.
And when she said that, I was like, whatever you're seeing, I'm like, or whatever you're talking to, you got to be careful because evil beings can come as light also.
Yeah. So how did this thing conclude? How did it conclude? Because this is there's
okay.
I don't know if I want to get into this over the phone here, but there's a lot of things going on where the Bible tells us, where it tells us in 2 Baruch, that at the very end there shall be an attack of the specters and the Shittim. The whole deal is conversations would need to be had. You probably need to get on the phone and, give me a call and have her on the phone and let me speak with her.
Okay, no, that would be perfect. That's pretty much what I really wanted to do. That's why I
Yeah.
left you that voicemail, because I didn't want to be talking about it over the air like this. You
All
understand
right.
what I mean?
Well, don't worry about it. I have your phone number. I can call. But if I were you, I wouldn't just have somebody invite someone to my home that said they were just speaking to some lights that conversate with them that were here from the beginning. You don't want to carry that type of scenario. Bring that type of person with other spirits roaming in your zone. So I'm just helping you with that. Hold on. Let me write down your number. Hold on. You have to be careful who you bring in your home. I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of our people who are into different types of, I would say, religious ritualistic practices unknowingly. Like you may go into one of these Adun days or these African places where the Orishas and all that, and they go into Africa or go to some place and bring a mass home. And the next thing you know, there's a bunch of satanic cats hanging out in their house that's giving them old time information that are from the pits of hell. I'm not saying that's the case, but usually you have a lot of people that are dealing with a lot of ritualistic magic in our communities. Okay, so I'll call you and we'll discuss this together. All right. And I'll speak with her,
Okay,
and once we get on the phone, I can let you know what she's really dealing with, right? All right. But I'm not going to invite her in my home. It wouldn't go down like that. All right. Thank you, my brother. Be careful.
Sorry.
Be careful not to entertain familiar spirits. Okay. Okay. I'll call you later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me tell you, man.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you, our people just be bringing anyone up in their house. But Lawyer, you have something to say on that? You can
I
bring
just
your
wanted to
video.
say in general, this situation, but in other situations where someone is telling you that a being or a spirit is telling them stuff from the Bible, but then they say they never read the Bible. And the question should be, well, how do you know the stuff that's being told to you is from the Bible if you never read the Bible?
Yeah,
you don't know where the source of this stuff is coming from.
Exactly. There's only two masters. So just because someone is giving you information doesn't mean it's good. I mean, when the serpent pulled up on Adam and Eve, it was all good initially. When he pulled up on Eve, and she took of the fruit and saw that it was good, and was fruit to make one wise. So I mean, you brothers, y'all gotta be careful, man. Yeah, I mean, I can tell y'all some stories, but not here. But I know some people who dealt with Ouija boards and all that type of stuff, man, years ago, like 2002. And man, this girl had a lot of information that came from somewhere else outside, didn't have nothing to do with a book. She had a demon running loose up in her house. And I'm sitting there looking, we trying to pray. And she's like, well, hold up. Let's do something about the roof. I'm like, what roof? She says, the roof is on fire. And I'm like,
wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was. I can tell you about this one. You know what I mean? And she was sweating. It was like you would think that we were in an oven the way she was sweating. She was getting hot and everything. I'm like, and then you look up under the bed, there was a Ouija board there. She cut a demon loose up in her house. So brothers have to be careful letting people up in your house. I'm going to tell you, be careful. All right, let me put you on hold here. All right. Let's see. Thank you, Elder Lawya. 404 area code. Be careful not to let people in your house like that. 404 area code.
Hello?
Shalom.
Hi, this is Tracy. I have two comments. They're not even trying to psychologically manipulate people as much as they used to. Now they're forcing people. I recently saw this video where it's called Besides Killing Gaddafi, This is Obama's Lowest Moment in Africa. And it had a preacher, and it had, I think, the president of Kenya. They were speaking. Obama went to Africa and told the whole continent of Africa, if they didn't accept homosexuality, he was going to sanction them and starve them. And I'm like, oh my God.
I think I heard that before, but is that confirmed?
The video is called "Beside Killing Gaddafi, This is Obama's Lowest Moment in Africa." And I'm like listening to them, and they're like, how can he tell us to accept that? We don't do this here. They were, they're pissed off. And they're like, we agree with some of the things of America, but we don't do this here. And I'm like, wow. So now Joe Biden is taking that same type of attitude. And he's telling, he recently said, if schools don't accept boys and girls' bathrooms, he's going to take away their federal lunch money program. So now they're forcing things. They're gone to the point to where they're just going to force it on us. I guess when you're at a weak moment, I guess the pandemic broke us, things are going on, and now they're forcing things. And not just that, Tucker Carlson, he started talking about the satanic after-school programs. Have you heard of that?
I heard, yeah. I seen that where the Satanists are lobbying to get equal time with their after-school programs, like Christians or others have the opportunity. So yeah, I heard about that.
Yes. So they're like in 4 states now, and if you go to this website called thesatanictemple.com, you'll see the actual video. It's cartoon with kids singing, kind of like a Sesame Street vibe. And one of the things they've been telling us to do for the past 2.5 years is trust the science, trust the science, trust the science.
Yeah.
Trust the science. But when you go to this satanictemple.com and you look up the satanic after school program, the video has a catchy song, and it says, Satan's not an evil guy. He wants you to learn and question why. He wants you to have fun and be yourself. And by the way, there is no hell. That's the hook. And I'm like, oh my God. So they have this catchy song, and they're saying Satan is science. That's what this song is saying to the little children, that Satan is science. And for the past few years, that's all we heard is trust the science, trust the science. And I'm sitting up here like, this is crazy. And there's actually schools that were forced to accept the program that, because if you rent out to any other after-school program, then you have to rent out to them too. You can't discriminate against them. And one of the schools, the very first day, 5 parents actually brought their children to the class. To the after-school program. I was like, this is crazy. So then I started.
Are you talking about black folk?
I'm like, well, Chicago was one of the first schools.
No, I'm asking you. You talking about? So you mean black kids are going to the after-school Satan's program?
Well, at this school, I don't think they were black, but because some schools, some of the news media, like if you go to YouTube and there's different news and different states.
Well, I don't care what the color is, really. I just wanted to know, but really, it's off either way. Yeah. But
and then I'm gonna tie one last thing together. And then there's this thing called. Have you heard of the Crossroad, the Epic Times?
Yeah.
They did it. They had this woman named Brenda Lesback who got deep into comprehensive sex ed in schools. And she said it's a program that is sexually grooming children. And behind all of this transsexual, homosexual stuff,
you mean the intersectional type zones? Yeah.
It's being done by the CDC. It's not being done by
Well, allegedly, but if you have anything to prove that, because like everything I pulled out was empirical truth. I actually had articles like even this Newsweek article was on Newsweek, so I'm not going to pull out anything that isn't legitimate or try to make a claim that I can't back. But allegedly, when you make statements like that, especially these days and times, you must have the information. So I would say just send it to me so I can confirm what you're saying is correct. All right?
Oh, okay. I can see it. Yeah, because what I'm speaking, like, this is the Epic Times is like a news media.
Yeah.
And they did an interview with her, and she said it. How about I say allegedly then?
Yeah.
But
thank you.
It is crazy how they're getting so forceful with, the demonic behavior versus tricking us into the demonic behavior.
Oh yeah, it's a straight frontal attack right now. It's like they've defeated the parents by having others accept the title that used to belong to us. I mean, once marriage was no longer sacred, I mean that was the beginning of the end of what traditional family has always been. And then after that, boom, it was a frontal straight for the children. So a beeline directly to the children. So we just have to just protect ours and do everything we can to protect the few, the 10% that's going to make it through this. Only 10% is going to make it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we have to, but it's the type of leaders, when I start digging in and looking at the stuff.
Yeah.
To me, it's like the leaders are like the same, like a house slave versus a field slave. You always have somebody that's there to influence you of your color to do, something that's against your beliefs.
Yeah.
And so one last thing, I saw some videos.
Sister, I have to get to the next call. We have a lot of people waiting, sister. Unfortunately, okay?
All right, enjoy.
All right, just hold it there.
All
And
right,
if you have something you bring it forth, you can bring it forth for Patreon, okay, Tracy? All right?
Okay.
I really appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
All right. I apologize, but we have a lot of people and I was supposed to have been out by at least 10:30, and I'm beyond the time right now. So, Sam has a comment.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Praise the Most High.
Yes.
I just want to say, first of all, this weekend, I was baptized, the New Jazzy body. And I just want to say, yes, the Most High, and I'm just so I don't have much words, but this whole week has been, well, the beginning of the week has just been me reflecting and all that type of good stuff, and finally get to fellowship with the brothers. But I just had two quick comments, and I had a poem ready too, but my pad kind of died on me. I don't know if I have enough juice, but when you were talking about with the abstract painting, when the dude with the painting stuff. Because I did a little painting in school, and I always question when it comes to the abstract, like what was so revolutionary about it, when it seems that somebody just threw paint on the paper, and it made absolutely no sense. And when I'm looking about to life today, it seems like society are kind of painting a picture where they are leaving no room for righteous strokes. Because they talk about different strokes when you got to do painting or whatever the painting is. You have a certain stroke that got to go with it, with the paint, the hue, and all that type of stuff. So I just when you brought that up, it just brought to my mind how abstract painting to me don't make absolutely no sense, or whatever the artist was thinking in their mind, or how they took a paint. I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you watch the movie White Chicks, where they were doing the little showcase, and a paint dropped from the top on one of the ladies, and people just started clapping. I don't know if they trying to make fool out of people to see how nonsense the painting is, so people could, I don't know, feel good about it or think it was something. I'm not sure. I don't know what you think to elaborate a little bit about that.
What is your other point?
Huh?
What is your other point? You said you had 2 points?
Oh yeah. The other one was I seen a video interview with I believe it's Crazy Bone. I don't know which one it is, but the leader of the Bone Thugs.
Yeah, Crazy Bone.
They were talking about.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know if you've seen the video, but he was being interviewed, and they were talking about back in the 90s. I believe it was actually 90. The music business come to like 30 of them who was actually relevant at the time in the music business.
Yeah.
He didn't say the names, but
I'm
said
familiar with that.
They came to them and they started.
Yeah. I'm familiar with that. Where Jay-Z and others, they were all approached that they were about to take the music to the next.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Well, you know about it, and when you point out that they're using, I was just like, man, these people they looking at every angle. They're not leaving no stone uncovered so they could capture us. And just what this lady was talking about with the CDC and all that, I'm not surprised because they're gonna try to find every avenue. They're gonna try to get at. And I seen the video she was talking about with Obama. And also with this satanic thing as well.
Yeah. Well, thank you, brother. And I appreciate you, Sam, and welcome to the body. Bless you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Shalom.
Bless you. Shalom. I'll see you soon. I'll be coming over there soon. And I would like to say this. Yeah, there was years ago where Bone Thugs, and he also knew Israel too. The guys from Bone Thugs and Harmony said that the company set them down and said they're going to be taking the business into another genre altogether. They're going to be pushing a certain type of music. And when it comes to the old traditional love songs and all these things that made family, what it was, that they'll no longer be back in that type of genre, and that they're going to be just focused on gangster rap and, getting money and things of that nature. And a lot of artists weren't with it. He says a few people were in the room and they decided to run with it. And those are the artists that are being promoted now, predominantly, where you would have artists who are over the machine and who would push certain types of debauchery through artistry. Okay. So here we are. And that's why I must respect, artists such as Kendrick Lamar and others, because he still has what you would call righteous content. Okay. He's not compromising his content, so I can respect that. Sam has a comment. I already had Sam. I only got two more. I see you, Ani B. 1 second. We'll have three more calls, and then that will conclude our broadcast for this evening. Andre's on the line.
Shalom, Elder.
How are you doing, sir? Me? Yes, I can.
I'm great. I'm blessed by Ahaya, and he be the best.
Good. Fantastic.
But I just wanted to say about that Ahaya and Yeshaya Bible. I have one of them.
Yeah.
Some of it is truth, but towards the end, he get to putting in like his own opinions about things, and it kind of throws it off. So I'm glad that you
okay, well,
that you made it be known.
Well, I'm letting it be known that we have nothing to do with that book. It was someone who seen our lesson and obviously thought to be able to capitalize off what we were teaching. Okay, I'm not going to have someone take our teachings and bring forth their own ideology and all that. That's contrary to our ministry. It's not in good faith. So, yeah. If that's the case, I'm going to look at it. Someone sent me. I'm going to look at the end and see what you're talking about. But I don't know the person. And obviously, the true name of the Most High in Christ was delivered in this time through this church. And I don't want anyone coming with some sideways doctrine and believing that we are associated with that. Okay?
Right.
I'm glad you brought that
up.
That was
the only reason why I got it. I thought it was from the church.
It is not from the church.
It's not.
It's not. A matter of fact, I'm going to show everybody the book and say, and put a big X in front of it, especially if he's saying something that's contrary to our church. Indirectly, it's undermining the work. Okay?
And one last thing.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get in contact with the Chicago body. That's where I got baptized with. I'm from Milwaukee.
Okay.
But I got someone else that's been trying to get baptized.
Okay. I'll connect you.
Might be a few people.
Okay. I'll give you a call tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
My brother.
The water.
My brother.
The water.
Tomorrow. Oh, let me read.
Andre Judah Thomas, if you just wanted to know.
Okay, I'll call you tomorrow, Andre. All right. And welcome to the body. Bless you. All right. We're dwindling down. Of course, we're going to be doing a lot of traveling this year. So I hope I'll see you in your respective areas as we travel and bring forth the truth. Before the curtains come down, right? Zamara has a question, and then we have Auntie B, one of my favorite aunts here. Zamara has a question. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, Zamar.
Hey, I have a good question, if you don't mind.
Yes, no problem.
Khan, for the Shabbat lesson, last Shabbat, you went over Acts chapter 14, verses 8 through 12.
Okay.
And I didn't quite understand.
Okay, let me get it.
Can you break it down?
Let me get it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Acts. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. 14. What verse?
It was verse 8 through 12.
8 through 12. All right, this is Paul and Barnabas in Lystra, right? It says, and there sat a certain man at Lystra, impotent in his feet, being a cripple from his mother's womb, who never had walked. Then the same heard Paul speak, who steadfastly beholding him and perceiving that he had faith to be healed, said with a loud voice, stand upright on thy feet. And he leaped and walked. And when the people saw what Paul had done, they lifted up their voices, saying in the speech of Laconia, the gods are come down to us in the likeness of men. And they called Barnabas Jupiter and Paul Mercurius, or Mercury, because he was the chief speaker. So we were breaking down the fact that in old time, they didn't deem these two gods as planets. You understand? They deemed Jupiter and Mercury and Mars and all that as actual beings who converse with mankind like the pagan priests. You understand? So when they did a miracle, the people in that country who were pagans thought that these angels that are called Jupiter and Mercurius came down in the form of men to heal. They thought they were gods. Back then, Mercury was a god. Jupiter was a god. They weren't considered planets like we see today, like we're being taught in the universities today. You understand?
I understand it a little bit. I'm just trying to still grasp, on what you're trying to convey.
Yeah, Jupiter and Mercury were considered gods amongst the pagan priests. So because these people who were pagans never seen a man heal someone who had a reputation of being blind or whatever the case is, let's see, it says here, not blind, but crippled from birth. This person never walked. So they thought that Paul and Barnabas were gods that had the power to heal. You understand? Based on him healing a cripple through Christ's power. So the only thing they could relate that to, according to their religion, was the power that gods would actually have during that time period. You understand? They were worshiping gods, and they thought that Mercury and Jupiter came down in the form of men. It's that simple.
Oh, okay, God, I understand.
You got it?
Yes, sir.
And the reason I'm saying that is because the whole narrative on Mercury, Jupiter, Mars has been switched in our current time. They're telling us it's planets, but it's really involuntary worshiping of angels. They hide in the fact that these are gods that are worshipped by the elites who are over these universities and others. You got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you, my brother. I hope that answered your question. And now we have one last call. I appreciate you. Auntie B, last call for this evening.
Shalom, Elder. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
I'm blessed. I'm doing very well.
All right.
Can't complain. It would do no good. Now, I've been sitting back. I've been listening, and I've been waiting for someone to call in that was a Mason or a Eastern Star. You never got a caller in. Well, in my past, I was an Eastern Star.
Okay.
And I started off as a child, I believe of about 8 or 9, as a daughter of Isis. My father was a Mason. My mother was an Eastern Star. My aunties were Eastern Stars. They were in order of a worthy patron, worthy matron, secretary, and on down the line. My cousins were worthy matrons. I have a niece that was a worthy matron, past worthy matrons. I mean, so they said by rights that was my calling. So to follow the steps of my mother and my father, I went full-fledged in, and I want to say in 2004.
Okay.
I went and I took the oath. But now that I know better, I have completely blocked a lot of it out of my mind. I can't even remember everything.
Okay.
And I said, there's nothing but the whole Most High that's keeping that from me, because it's not for me to remember anyway, because that was against him.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a couple of things in particular that I do remember. Now, when you go to take your oath, they'll tell you you're taking the walk with the goat. And in there, I can't go into details on it because...
Yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah, as you know. Okay. But when you go in there, they have...
But they do tell you that you're taking the walk with the goat. And we know the goat is the Baphomet.
Yes, sir.
It's the Baphomet.
And I
Hold on,
didn't
let me see.
understand that.
That's the goat, the Baphomet.
At the time.
All right, go. But you didn't understand what the goat was. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Right. I was naive at that time. But they have you blindfolded. You'll come in with white, but they'll put a like a choir robe on you that's black.
Okay.
And you go through, they have you blindfolded, and you thinking you're going through a tunnel, but as they move you around in a big open room like a maze, you have a guide. They tell you do not take your hands off of your guide at any point, because that is your guide that's taking you to where you need to go for what you need to do and be who you need to be. So, when they're telling me this, I'm like, I don't know, but I'm already into it, going. And as I'm walking, they're telling me this.
How old were you?
I was in my 30s.
Oh, okay.
My late 30s.
All right.
So I'm holding on to my guide, and I'm feeling things touching at my legs like something from the pits of hell coming up, grabbing my leg. So I'm jumping, and I'm trying to kick this off of my leg, like, don't touch me. And it scared me, but I'm grabbing hold to her even more and holding on tighter. And you hearing different sounds that don't sound natural. And I'm like, hey, can I stop? And it's like, no, you're too far to stop. I was like, well, can y'all hurry up and get me through this?
Crazy.
And I said, because I don't like the way this is going. I don't like the way this is feeling.
Something grabbing your foot, huh?
So it was grabbing my foot, touching my leg.
Lord, have mercy.
And I didn't like that. I didn't like it. And
it doesn't sound right to me. It doesn't sound like something
yeah.
Christ, something. Yeah, it's something from the pits of hell. But go on.
Right, and you get a smell in there. I cannot describe the smell, but the smell wasn't right.
Hell,
and
that's what it was.
vibe of it was off. And once they got me in there, I'm in this room. They didn't let me see in this room in the first place because they had me outside until it was time to go in. And the room was dark. There was dark stuff on the room, and you seeing little emblems and stuff on the wall. And I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? And they're telling me in time you will know. And it was one time they tell you everything is from the Bible. And
You're
I'm
lying.
Like, well, what part of the Bible is this? What
Oh.
part of the Bible is this? Don't no Bible do you like this and touch you and do stuff like this. Okay? So they were going through to have another person that was coming in. This was about a year or two later. They had me to stand in at a point because there is points, the north, south, east, west, and these are the ladies of the Bible that they have at these points.
Yeah, sister,
and you have on colors.
sister, really, I don't really, listen, I don't really want to go through all of the steps. I'm glad the Most High have pulled you out. But let me ask you this. When did you walk away from it? When did you altogether was gone from it altogether? When did that happen?
I walked away from it as soon as my he's my best friend. He's my brother. He goes by Snipebook in the chat. His name is Curtis Baker.
Okay.
Me and him got into a deep conversation. He brought me to the Most High. He was telling me about it. And me and him got into argument, and I quit talking to him for about almost a year.
Okay.
And I said, that's not me. For me to get into it with somebody, this is something else in motion here.
Okay.
So I started checking into listening to GOCC on my own. And I'm like, this is sounding more like what it should be versus what I was hearing. So, and I don't know what it was. Something just struck me and said, no, you got to leave all that alone. And I just got rid of everything.
Praise the Most High.
And I asked the Most High, whatever it is that they have done to me, whatever it is that can come back and haunt me,
Nothing
or
can touch
affect
you.
me, or do
Sister,
anything to me.
Sister, listen.
Take it away from me. I
Sister,
don't want
sister,
a memory.
listen.
I don't want anything.
Sister, listen. Nothing can touch you. Christ is with you.
Not anymore.
And guess
I've
what?
been under the water.
Guess
and
what?
I'm covered.
Exactly. And guess what? You have the real guide now. You have the real guide guiding you through the Holy Spirit. It's Christ, and you have to worry about anyone grabbing your feet. Okay.
And you know what? What really made me notice that it was something wrong, really wrong, because there was a Bible sitting there and there was another book sitting there. This book didn't look right. It had different kind of emblems, and it was like it was a leather material, but it was leatherish, I should say, with some kind of emblems and different kind of lettering that I didn't understand.
Yeah.
I seen it there.
Well,
they sent me, they sent me to go get this book. And I said, what, you want me to get the Bible? And they said, no, the other book next to it. And I walked over there. I'm like, what other book? And they said, she was saying the book right there. I said, all I see is a Bible. And they said, no, the book right next to it. And I said, I'm telling you, there is no other book. So the Most High shielded my eyes from seeing that book because I was not supposed to touch that book.
Okay.
And all I saw was the Bible. So when she came over there, she reached and grabbed and pulled this book out. And I'm like, what? That book wasn't there. All I'm seeing is Bible. She said, I don't see how you don't see it. The book is right in front of your face. I said, well, maybe, you telling me this book is part of with the Bible. Well, why can't I see it? All I'm seeing is the Bible. Maybe God is showing me I'm not supposed to be here.
There it is, Annie B. Sister, all I can say is right now, with the end of the broadcast, but sister, welcome to the truth, and you've been pulled from the jaws of defeat. Okay, outright, Christ have guided you into His true light, and welcome to the gathering of Christ Church. Shalom.
Oh, and I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad to be here.
All right, bless you, bless you.
All right, shalom.
Shalom. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, Elder Lawya, I don't know if you heard that, man, but the Most High have pulled brothers and sisters from all different walks of life. I've heard these stories before, and some of them, I'm gonna tell you, it's like our people have gone through many, many trials. Hey, have walked through many doors, and that's why I say, Elder Lawya, we must be careful how we talk when it comes to brothers and certain institutions and things of that nature, not realizing that the Most High can pull people out of any place.
Exactly.
Right? So if we come condescending and disrespecting, we have to realize we were once walking in darkness and thought it was light too. Right? So, but it's good to hear. It's good to hear that brothers and sisters have gone through all these different walks of life, but through all of that, the Most High has seen something in him. And that's why we're here, the Gathering of Christ Church. And he gathers the elect to the elect. And
that's right.
Hey, I'm glad. Hey, we're family. But I've heard Elder Lawya, I've heard these stories before. About, they say, don't open your eyes, walk around, and stuff is moving and stuff is grabbing. It doesn't surprise me. That's why I didn't want to go into it, because I don't want her thinking back on to what where the Most High pulled her out of. There's no reason to reflect on that now that you're in the light, So I just don't want her to reflect back on there. Look forward, kingdom. Elder Lawya, I thank you for your presence tonight and being with me the full time. Of course, we have to get ready for the Patreon in a few days. It's going to be nice. And this week, don't forget, we're going into Christian lies in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. The Bible is true. The first Christian church was true. But modern day Christianity is a bold-faced lie. Now, there's good people in the church, including there's clergy that's good. There's pastors that's doing the best they can with what they know, but they don't even realize they've been lied to either. So I don't want to indict pastors who don't know any better, but there's a lot of false doctrine within Christianity that Christ has set us free from, and hopefully the pastors and others can come into that class, and be objective and hear some of what we're going to discuss this Sunday. All right. With that,
yes, sir.
With that, may the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not, and keep in mind the Most High is calling back Israel. Good night. And thank you, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel.
Good night. See you on Patreon this Friday.
721 BC. The Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. The highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, a highest gathering Israel, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, a highest gathering Israel. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon,